This is the Rivalry Games, presented by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, live on MixTV.tv.
And welcome to From the 40 from Bradley Central High School. We're here tonight for the Rivalry Games on MixTV.tv. I'm Stephen Shelton along with Jack Fennell and Gregory Allen Phillips, the voice of Cleveland High School football, joining us on the pregame show here from Bradley Central High School. And gentlemen, welcome to the biggest football night in Bradley County.
It is, most definitely. This is a game that everybody looks forward to. We know it took a break several years ago, and now we're back to playing it on a regular basis. And irregardless of what these two teams or how they're doing in the season, this is always a great thing to show up at.
Greg, you've seen almost every snap of Cleveland High School football this year. We knew it was going to be a rebuilding process. We didn't quite know it was going to be this type of rebuilding process.
Yeah, Stephen, it's been a tough year for Cleveland. Again, they lose 13, 14 kids in the portal as before the season started, before Coach Chris Brown got there. And, one of the things that they're focused on, obviously this has been a tough year for them. Their focus has really been on doing things the right way and building from the bottom up, building that base so that they can go forward from there, doing the discipline things, doing the right things, and then, basically unwinding kids from the way they were and getting them going in the right direction.
We've heard about Jack's golf game. I've seen your golf game. We're heading to that, but now we're on the back nine of this season. We all go in thinking we're going to shoot par, and then when we make the turn, we come back to reality. What's a team, Greg, that you can see right now heading into that back turn here on the back nine of the season, of this football season, that you kind of thought, man, I really swung and missed on that team?
Stephen, that's a really good question. There really haven't been a lot of surprises this year. I guess for me, and we're going to talk a lot about that game, East Hamilton kind of surprised me. I knew they would be good. I knew they would be fast. I knew they would score points. But for them to come out and do what they've done, and again, we'll get into that a lot later. But I think they're kind of the surprise team for me that I really whiffed and missed on, because I thought in that region, it would be down to Walker Valley and Ray County, and I think right now East Hamilton is probably the team to beat in that region.
Jack?
Yeah, and I think so, too. I think a lot of mine would have been Polk County coming out of the season the way they've had after last season. We expected a little bit more out of them. They've not had it. I think Cleveland to be as down as what they are now, and Bradley to make that really massive turnaround from where they were last season. That's been a pleasant surprise to see them bounce back from a season where you literally went through 6 quarterbacks in the course of a season. But I think a lot of them has been, to an extent, some of the expectations we had for Walker Valley. They've not kind of lived up to a lot of the hype that they were garnering. Now, they're still in a great position, but they've not had that, what we were expecting, that 6-0, 5-1 start that everybody kind of wanted for them.
Greg, when you think about the first 6 weeks of this season, what is a game that stands out, whether it shocked you that someone won the game or maybe shocked that someone lost a game? What's that one game thus far this year that has really kind of been a head-scratcher for you when you left?
Steve, I think last week was a game that kind of surprised me a little bit. I thought at Bradley Central that Bradley Central would have a good chance at beating. And again, I wouldn't call that an upset, but I really thought that Bradley Central would have a chance at, and they did have a chance at beating Oak Ridge. But Oak Ridge is just, I saw them at Oak Ridge against Cleveland and knew they were a good football team. But Oak Ridge is a solid football team all the way around. They deserve that number 5, number 4 ranking that they have. But I actually thought here last week, I thought Bradley would beat them.
Jack?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I thought Bradley probably should have won that game. They had a lot going into it. You had some inter-family rivalries in that game, and we expected a little more out of Bradley. And I think Coach Damon Floyd at the same time would say, there's no reason that we should have lost that game. We should have been a better team on the field than what we were.
And, Stephen, let me add one more thing. So the Walker Valley-Bradley game was a surprise as well. Let's go back. That was a few weeks ago. Let's go back to that. I think – nobody was surprised at the outcome of that game, but I think everybody thought that was going to be a really good game and a really close game and all that, and especially after seeing what happened the first couple of weeks with McMinn County and and those things, and it just didn't work out that way. And then Walker Valley just comes straight back the next week and just puts on a show. So it was a one game head scratcher.
Yeah.
What is when we talk about this first 6 weeks a little bit and trying to get into this part of getting ready for the playoff now, the pictures are starting to become a little clearer, and we'll get into that in the next segment. But what's one player, Jack, that you've kind of we know there were players coming into this season that we had high hopes for, but what's one player that's really kind of stood out a little bit more than you thought they would have?
I think for me it was actually at Walker Valley. Everybody was coming into this season looking at Roman Yulo.
Yeah.
And it turns out Chase Stevens has been the guy that has really stepped up for Walker Valley. Now, he was a great player coming out of last season too, but he has really taken the reins of that receiving all-star for Walker Valley, where everybody thought that would be Roman Euler. And we've seen Roman have an amazing season in the Walker Valley run game, in that direct snap offense that they run. We've seen him have a lot of great impact. But I think the thing for Chase is he's just such a great receiver. And
you mean Sawyer Boyd?
Sawyer Boyd, I'm sorry. Sawyer Boyd. Yes, sorry. But I think they've come across and they've really found some weapons. I think for them it's just getting their consistency a lot better when they play.
I mean, Sawyer Boyd was actually the one that I was going to go to there, but let me step away from that. And again, he had a great end of the year last year for Bradley, but Kenyon Phelps is a key for them. And you know, he's been hurt a couple of games this year, but when he's played, he's been spectacular. And I think he's going to be a key to them for the rest of the year. I think he's really stepped up and really done some things that he needed to do. And let me throw a Cleveland kid in there as well, just so we get all three teams. I'll tell you, Dax Evans on the defensive side of the ball he's been a menace in the backfield all year long. That kid, I think he's a sophomore, and he's played great all year, and he's really been somebody for Cleveland that kind of came out of nowhere and has played great in spite of everything that's happened at Cleveland.
For me, it's Peanut Dyer, McMinn County.
It's a good one.
This guy, number one, now he does have the benefit of running behind probably the best offensive line, and I would think that he will ever get to run behind in high school. But for me, it's been Peanut. He's been able to stay healthy. He runs hard. He continues to move his feet. So for me, it's been Peanut Dyer. He really, and again, just maybe not just one player, but the Walker Valley offense since the Bradley loss has been it's a video game. It's what it's just been incredible to watch. Now they're going to be tested tonight. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way now. They're going to be tested tonight. If they don't score every time they touch the ball, they lose tonight, I believe. And so there's a lot of pressure on that offense to get things going. So what game tonight? I know we've got a big one here. It's a tale of two seasons kind of for these two programs right now, but what game tonight are you guys looking? There's a couple good ones around this area. What game, Jack, are you looking most forward to tuning into or keeping up with throughout the night?
I mean, I think for me, a lot of people, it's Walker Valley East Ham because of what's on the record. But I'm kind of like where you and I were talking about early, me and Central Kingston. That second place in the region behind Meigs County. And you've got two teams coming in 3-2, and this sets the stage for the rest of your season. We're talking about making the turn into the back nine of the season. This game sets you up to get to the playoffs, because if you don't win this game, it is going to be a very hard road to try and make it into the playoffs with some success.
This will be a tough one for Greg. He works in Hamilton County. He lives in Bradley County. He's got a lot of pressure to go two ways here. So, Greg, what game are you looking to? What game are you looking for?
So, literally, I was sitting here thinking, if I wasn't calling a game tonight,
where would I go?
Would I be at McCallie or would I be at East Hamilton?
Yeah.
And I think at the end of the day, I wouldn't fight the 10,000 people at McCallie just for that reason. But
if
Steven,
you get in,
that's fair. So I think for me, and again, just because I know the kids and stuff like that, what a atmosphere that's going to be at East Hamilton. I mean, again, like you said, I think if you don't score every time you touch the football, I think you're not going to win that game. I mean, you've got two. You use the term video games. That's what you have in that game, and I'm thinking about actually just. Don't tell Terry this, but I'm thinking about, instead of going over to the other side and calling this game, I'm thinking about getting in the car and heading down to East Hamilton to watch that one.
I'm pretty sure it'll take him to halftime to figure out you're not there.
But man, what a game that's going to be! And again, we've hyped this thing up, and we're seeing all this, and and I think you said it already. It's going to be somebody's going to kick a field goal to win it at the end.
A field goal in the first quarter, and nothing else happens.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen.
That's the way these things always play out.
But man, what two phenomenal! Again, you know me, I love the offense. So what two phenomenal, what more can you get?
Because in multiple sports, I've never seen you play defense. So
I won't deny that. I won't deny that.
And we're going to take our first break. You're watching From the 40, presented by Cleveland Insurance. Back after this.
In this moment, the car you drive won't matter. The music you like listening to, it won't matter either. But what will are those things that matter most. The things you can't replace or repair. At Carter Insurance, it is our job to protect the things in your life that can be replaced or repaired, so you don't have to. Because in this moment, you will be like the thousands of other drivers that depend on us daily and be glad you did. Cleveland Insurance. Live life protected.
I love the Cleveland community because I think it's a very warm place to live. It's just a very friendly community, and you don't necessarily have to be born here to fit in. There's a lot of folks that move here and they fall in love with it. I feel like we make our customers feel valued by the way we treat them. We're very welcoming here. We get to know them. We learn their names. We learn their goals, and we try to meet all their financial needs, not just do one transaction with them.
I told my son to find me the nicest place to live in Cleveland. He said, "Dad, there's only one place, and that's Garden Plaza." And I moved into the patio home. Everybody knows your name from day one, and there's something to do all day long if you want to participate in it. You cannot possibly be bored at Garden Plaza. It is just great, and their food is outstanding. It's out of this world. And I'm so happy I'm here. Garden Plaza is it for me.
Sun is shining, it's a beautiful day. Wake up, sleepyhead, get up and play. Everything's yellow, it's a beautiful sight. Sunbeam showers makes everything right. Come on now, let's get away.
Make every day brighter with the sunny southern goodness of Mayfield Dairy.
I'm C-Mark.
I'm John Mark.
It's football time in the Southeast, and that means driving to and from high school and college football games.
C-Mark and I want you to have fun wherever your tailgating takes you across the Southeast.
But never drink and drive.
Never text and drive.
Always buckle up.
Lives depend on it.
And go Big Orange!
Hotty toddy.
You're watching MixTV.tv, the rivalry games driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, home of the lifetime warranty. I-75 exit 20 and cleveland-nissan.com.
Back here from Bradley Central High School, you're watching From the 40 on MixTV.tv. Gentlemen, we'll get started here going around the area. Some of the key games at tonight in Region 2, we got McMinn Central traveling up to Kingston, and Central's going to have their hands full, but Tayshawn Hamilton, 170 yards a game on the ground, Greg. This guy can go get it for Kingston.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, anywhere you can go average that many yards a game, you're the real deal, and that's going to be that's going to be the key tonight. What's McMinn Central going to have to do to stop him? Are they going to have to bring 8 men in the box? Are they going to have to bring 9 men in the box to stop him? And that's going to be a real key in this game as to how many it takes to stop him.
Yeah, and I think the big thing on that one is when you're looking at having to stop a runner who's that dangerous, it really comes down to how effective is their quarterback going to be for Kingston. Is this a situation to where if they do start to stack that box with 8, 9 kids, can he throw over the top of them? Can he go ahead and open that offense up? And I from what I know about Kingston, they probably have the ability to, and then that's going to put a lot of pressure on that McMinn Central secondary.
Greg, on the defensive side for Kingston, it starts and ends with Zion Ray, the defensive end. He's just a difference maker for that team. He's getting a lot of looks from mid-majors. He's doing a great job. Him and Blake Hester, the middle linebacker for Kingston, they're looking to shut down this Charger offense that they like to throw it around a lot up there, and they got 3 receivers that can really go get it.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting tonight. I mean, because they're going to move Ray and for that matter Hester. They're going to move them all over the formations, and so you're going to have to, when you come to the line of scrimmage, you're going to have to find them. Somebody's going to have to point. You're going to have to communicate a lot. You're going to have to point them out because you've got to get 2 hats on him everywhere he goes. You've got to have 2 hats on him, or it's going to be a bad night.
Jack, for McMinn Central, I mean, Jake Gooden is probably one of the best receivers in this area. I know Walker Valley's got 3 great ones. Yep. Bradley's got some good hands here, but when you really talk about receivers, Jake Good has been Mr. Everything for McMinn Central.
He has been 6 foot, 170 pounds. He's not a huge receiver, but he's got great hands. He's great at yards after catch. He is a very solid receiver, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on them because McMinn Central does have some weapons. They got a 3-2 record. Their record is not as good as kind of what that team really is. I think they're a little bit better team than what their record shows, but I think they've got enough weapons to really keep that Kingston defense honest and play a good balanced game.
Greg, in years past, the coaching staff that has moved on to Ottawa, Matt and his group there, they really keyed on the offense. They'd rather beat you by scoring more than beat you by holding you down. This kind of a new Charger mentality there. They're really trying to do a lot of things defensively, and the problem with that is a lot of times when schools like McMinn Central, they've got a lot of their key athletes playing both ways.
Yeah, and again, that's key to all of this. But again, you said it, Stephen. It's a different mentality there now in that their focus is more on the defensive side than it is on the offensive side, and so they're looking to shut you down. They're looking to do those things, and they're going to play these better players. They're going to put them more on the defensive side, and let them play more, and they're going to let them rest occasionally on the offensive side, and that's going to be key because again, you've got the Hamilton kid that they're going to be chasing all night long, so they're going to need some help on that side.
Jack, the quarterback there at McMinn Central, Bryce Mullins, in the last 5 games, after kind of a slow start in that first one, was completing 62% of his throws right now. He's got 3 guys. We talked about Gooden, we got Moss and McInturf there for McMinn Central. I said McInturf. He's looking down to make sure I could say it right because he listen. Let me just go back real quick. Greg, I said Tayshawn Hamilton, and I got Zion Ray. I practiced it all day, buddy, and they're not spelled anything like.
I'm trying to figure out who you are.
Hooked on phonics. I'm just saying. So let's go back to quarterback Mullins, though. Mullins has been, almost 60% completion since that first game. He's really, he had a new offense to learn with a new coach. They looks like they're starting to get on the same page. And like I said, he's got 3 guys that can really go get the football.
Well, and I think it's kind of where we pointed to earlier. You're taking a lot of those athletes that McMinn Central had, and one thing that you did not see at McMinn Central, where you saw from a lot of places where you lost the head coach, the cupboard wasn't bare after he left. He kept a lot of talent at McMinn Central for this new coaching staff, and they're a very solid coaching staff. And I think the best part for Bryce Mullins with all that talent is as you cycle those guys in and out on offense to make up for that defense, you're still leaving quality athletic talent on the field. And he's able to spread that ball around, and he's completing a ton of short and middle range passes. Not a ton of deep balls, but he's very accurate on that short and middle range offense, and that's a great thing to have for a starting quarterback.
Winner of this game tonight will most likely finish second behind Meigs County in that region. Let's move on down to Chattanooga, go through the McCallie tunnels, and there's going to be a lot of people waiting on you tonight. Mailer moves over to McCallie in what could be the tying game in this incredible rivalry. Baylor leads 46-45-3. Now, I'd hate to be the 3 games that they tied at in this over 100-year history of this game. Spears Stadium will hold 10,000 tonight. Capacity is 5,000, letting 10,000 in. Don't know where the other 5,000 are going to sit or stand, but they're going to have them wrapped around that stadium.
What's
Greg.
the fire department going to say about that?
I'd say nothing.
That would be my guess as well. Yeah, Stephen, again, so you said earlier, I work in Hamilton County. I literally am just over the hill from Baylor. And so
I know I saw you in the hot video.
Sweet. Yeah. I didn't see myself. I need to make sure I get that. But again, just all over Hamilton County, it's there's signs everywhere. There are people camping out on the North Shore. They've been camping out there for 3 days, just hanging out over there on the North Shore. With these particular ones had McCallie flags just flying all over their tents and all that. So it's just people are coming into this game like it's a college game. And again, in a lot of cases it is. You've got a ton of players in this game that are going to be playing in college next year, and just some phenomenal talent. And again, this game means everything to these guys and to these teams and to these alumni of these 2 teams.
Jack, you've got 2 teams. You're a hop guy. You've had 2 teams that have been doing hop videos for the last 5 years. This one this year by McCallie, is incredible. And school-led, the school produces it, and it is fantastic. I don't know how long it took them to do this, but it is these type of rivalries when they put this much into it and the fan base gets this much into it, it's something special.
Yeah, and I think you hit it nail on the head. This is much like a college rivalry game, and basically it is to an extent. You got 2 big-time private schools. I don't know a single kid on either one of these rosters, but I can say what I do know. They're good. They are very good. I mean, you got, 20-some-odd kids that are going to be playing college ball after the season is over. I mean, you can't find that kind of a roster anywhere on the field at any particular time.
Greg, you got 20 kids that are going to put a helmet on tonight so far. Now, I say that so far. You have 20 kids going to put either a blue helmet on or a red helmet on, or silver, whatever they wear, tonight that already have Division I scholarship offers. That's one in every other player on the field tonight with Division I scholarship offers.
Oh, no, absolutely. And again, that's, when you recruit kids and like that, you've got kids that are wanting to go there. I mean, you've got Peyton Manning's kid at one of these schools. So, I mean, it's, they are a prominent school. Kids want to go there and play, and they want to go there and play because of this rivalry. I mean, literally because of this rivalry, because that's what this rivalry means. And, Stephen, you and I had a conversation about this earlier, in that this used to be the atmosphere for this Bradley-Cleveland game, and it's not that atmosphere anymore. And again, I hate that, but these kids are going after it. And again, they're not doing anything illegal that they're getting caught at. No. And they're having fun, and it is going to be wild there tonight. And that's what high school football is all about, and I want to see that come back to Bradley County.
As I said a few years ago to a young man, I said, you get 4 chances.
Yep.
And you better make the most of them.
Yep.
And so this is one of their 4 chances tonight for these young men. For some of them, it'll be their last. But just before we get around, 2 5-stars will be on the field there for Baylor tonight. Gabe Osenda is the offensive tackle committed to the University of Tennessee, and then junior running back David Gabriel George. He did not play last week due to a lower body injury. I think it was called rest.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to lie to you. I think it's called rest. So he'll be, he's got a ton of offers all across the SEC and ACC and other places. For McCallie, though, it's defensive linebacker Cooper Gentle. He and the French kid have just been dynamic for the Tornadoes. McCallie tonight, Jack, is going to try to win this game on defense.
They are. McCallie is a very, very good defensive-minded team, and going against a Baylor team that is just a stud offensive squad. And, as for Fisher French, his last name is French. He's not from France, which we're going to get that ahead of the game. The only 2 kids that I do know. But this is going to be an amazing game to watch, because you've got 2 teams that are playing into exactly what each one of them does. It's going to be that Baylor offense versus that McCallie defense.
Greg, you got quarterback Briggs Cherry. He's leading this offense for Baylor. It's been averaging 45 points per game this year. As bad as McCallie wants to win this game defensively, Baylor wants to blow them out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if Baylor scores 45 points tonight, they'll walk out of McCallie Stadium with a win. So that's going to be the key. Is McCallie wants to see this game down in the teens or the 20s. Yep. If it's in the teens or the 20s, it's going to be a McCallie win. If it goes higher than that, I think it's going to be a Baylor win. Now, can McCallie score? Yes, but I think Baylor is the more potent offense. And if it turns into a track meet, it's definitely going to give Baylor an advantage, I think.
So 1 out of 100% chance. What's the chance we see this game again for a state championship?
I'd probably say about a 75% chance.
I'll take the over.
Over?
Yeah, I think it's more. I think it's more than that. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Coach Kiffin. Let's move on down to Chattanooga. We'll stay in Chattanooga. We'll come north though. Walker Valley 5-1 will travel to East Hamilton 6-0. The Hurricanes are 6-0 for the first time since 2012. It's all about Jaden Haywood. 23 touchdowns, leads the state of Tennessee in 6 games. 23 touchdowns in his last 18 games. He has 3,400 all-purpose yards. 52 touchdowns, Greg Phillips. That's doing some work.
Like our defense is playing against him.
He's invisible.
Literally, that was my next thing. Is this kid invisible? Can they see him? Yeah. But those stats. That's insane. That is 23 touchdowns
and committed to your old alma mater.
Come on, go Bucks.
ETSU.
Go Bucks.
I have a feeling, and this is just a small feeling, he never makes it to Johnson City.
I kind of get that. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you're wrong, but I kind of get that feeling as well. It'll be hard for UTC, and Jack, you said that earlier. It'll be hard for UTC to let him get out of town, but I think he's going to end up getting, with numbers like that, the only thing he's missing is size. He's a little small. And that's, he's going to have to put on some weight and some strength. But if he can do that, then he's got a chance to play at a bigger school.
Yep. Jack, we talk about Walker Valley's offense, but this East Hamilton team is averaging 50.5 points in the last 4 games. We talk about video games. This tonight has a chance to be the biggest shootout across the entire state.
Man, this is like playing EA high school football with a cheat code.
Right.
Really, with this team, they are fast. fast, and they have speed at every position, and they have size, which is kind of a hard mix to find. Now, I know we talked about Jaden Haywood is a little smaller at 5'11", 180 pounds, or excuse me, 5'11", 165, but he plays like he is bigger because he is able to actually take contact and get away from you if he has to hit you because he can flat out outrun you.
Greg, between the quarterback White Miller, between Heathington, another big one, and with Jayden Haywood.
Who are you?
And with Jayden Haywood, Greg, every time East Hamilton has handed the ball off this year, they go for an average of 10.1 yards. Walker Valley has to stop that tonight.
Well, and that's the problem, Stephen, is, again, it's just like I was talking about earlier. You're going to throw 8, 9 men in the box, and then they're just going to turn around and throw it to one of these receivers, and that's what you can't do. So they're going to, they're balanced, so they're going to have to play, they can't put additional guys in the box. So you got to win mano a mano. You've got to win the matchup in front of you, and that's whichever team does that tonight, whoever can win those one-on-one matchups is the team that's going to win that game.
Jack, could be a strategy to one of these two teams because they score so quickly. Could be a strategy to control time of possession.
I think it can be, too, especially as you get a little bit later in the game. Once you kind of see how you're going to play the first couple of series, I think then it does become a clock control game. And for this one right here, this one wouldn't be a thing. If you've ran some plays where you've stuck your best athletes on defense, if you're Walker Valley, put Roman Yulo on defense. Put everybody out there and hope they can run somebody down.
Well, I mean, Greg, that's a good point. Do you maybe keep your best athletes on the field and try to match up? Because I know you're not a throttle guy. You don't want a governor on your car. You don't want you're going to be pedaled down on the offense both sides the whole night.
No, I'm going completely against what Jack said. I think you go out there and you just you put the hammer down and you just go and you just try to outscore them. I think they need to turn it into a 7-on-7 game tonight.
Yeah, well, that's
and I think that would suit what both teams do well.
Yeah,
if you were to do that and just go wide open.
Let's turn it loose.
As much as we've talked about Chase Stevens in the past, who's been incredible for Walker Valley this year, the transfer from Cleveland, White Miller for East Hamilton, Greg, 47 of 56 this year. It's 84% of the time he throws the ball, someone catches it, not the other team.
Again, you talked about that, and that's what we were talking about. You can't key on somebody. You can't key on Haywood because, this kid is hitting every pass he throws. Their passing game is an extension of their running game. It's just, they're not throwing it down the field, big gains, and they're getting it in Haywood's hands and these other receivers' hands, getting it in athletes' hands, and just letting them go. And it's making hit. He's completing passes, and then it's looking like long gains because these kids are taking it and going with it.
The one scary thing, Jack, about this East Hamilton team that Walker Valley will go face tonight is that they I think Ray County is one of the top 3 teams in this region. Last week, the Hurricanes put up 650 yards of total offense against Ray County. That's got to give the Walker Valley defensive coaches nightmares.
It does, and I think that kind of does go back to White Miller, too, because not only has he been such a great passer, he's thrown touchdowns to 6 different players, but you also have to look at he's got 170 rushing yards for the season, too. He's not what you would call a classic dual threat quarterback, but he is smart enough to know if he doesn't have that first best option, he's going to put a foot in the ground and go and pick up yardage.
As much as we've talked about this East Hamilton offense, Greg, Walker Valley's not coming in too shabby themselves. Chase Stevens has overthrown everything but Iraq so far, and so this kid has been dynamite for Walker Valley. But he's got 3 receivers right now: Roman Yulo, Luke Hayden, who I think is one of the most unsung heroes in football in this area, and then you've got, of course, Sawyer Boyd. These guys are averaging, all of them, around 100 yards per game reception, and it doesn't matter. You can't double on one, or the other 2 are going to get you. And really, where a lot of people were thinking Yulo would be the guy this year, he's really just kind of part of the puzzle.
Well, agree, and part of that reason, you're talking about double team, that teams have double teamed Yulo all year long, and that's enabled Boyd and Hayden to be open and to be more open, and that's really been one of the keys to this is, Yulo is still getting his even though he's getting double teamed, but it's created a lot of space for these other guys, and they're getting it down the field too. So they're not nervous about this East Hamilton team because they're going to go out and put some points on the board as well.
You got tonight.
I want to say Walker Valley wins, but that East Hamilton offense is tough. I almost got to say East Hamilton pulls this one out and pulls out the 7-0.
I'm probably going to refrain from picking this one.
Oh, I don't care to pick
No,
it. Hey, if I'm
Kirk
wrong,
Street.
I'm wrong.
You're not calling
I don't
this
care.
one. Let's go. No. Let's hear it.
Again, East Hamilton's at home. Again, I love this Walker Valley team. I love what they do, but I think that home field advantage is going to be the difference tonight, and I think East Hamilton is going to squeak out of there with a 55-54 win or something
And
like that.
all you kids that go to First Baptist that think highly of Greg on his all his stuff he does with the youth and college ministry there. There you go, turncoat. Hey, we'll be right back for the last segment. These guys, I've got to go do a little something else here to get ready for the game kickoff. These guys will take you through the Bradley Cleveland. We're getting close to kickoff. You're watching From the 40. Presented by Cleveland Insurance, live from Bradley Central High School.
Shopping for insurance starts out simple enough. Once you begin, though, you quickly see there are a lot of options. Lots and lots of options. Then there are those distractions. You begin to question whether it's even worth your time. Did we mention those distractions? But what if there was one place that took all the stress out by doing the shopping for you? Too good to be true? Well, it's not. And we are waiting to help you just like we have been for over the past 90 years. We shop to save you time and money so you can get back to those important things in life. Cleveland Insurance. Live life protected.
I'm Brew McCoy, your favorite Tennessee wide receiver. In the world of football, precision is everything. Every pass, every catch. But what about when it comes to protecting your home? Best Buy Metals can manufacture a custom-fitted roof that will protect your home for a lifetime. Best of all, it can be manufactured the same or next day. Call or visit a Best Buy Metal showroom or drop by bestbuymetalroofing.com to get a quote today. Best Buy Metals, roofing that lasts.
Mix 1041 and Honda of Cleveland are teaming up to give one deserving teacher in our local area the chance to win a 2025 Honda Civic LX. Nominate your favorite teacher at mymix1041.com or on the Mix 1041 app.
Shopping for insurance starts out simple enough. Once you begin, though, you quickly see there are a lot of options. Lots and lots of options. Then there are those distractions. You begin to question whether it's even worth your time. Did we mention those distractions? But what if there was one place that took all the stress out by doing the shopping for you? Too good to be true? Well, it's not. And we are waiting to help you just like we have been for over the past 90 years. We shop to save you time and money so you can get back to those important things in life. Cleveland Insurance. Live life protected.
You need money overnight? Check into cash. Your time is tight. .com. Bank account's too low? Check into cash. So where do you go? .com. Do it online in a record time. It's the easy way to get money next day. Do a quick click from home at checkintocash.com.
You're watching MixTV.tv, the rivalry games driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Visit cleveland-nissan.com. Nissan, innovation that excites.
Welcome back to the MixTV.tv rivalry games. This is From the 40, coming to you live from Bradley Central High School, where tonight the Bradley Central Bears will be facing the Cleveland Blue Raiders. Guys, we are so glad to be here with you. I am Jack Fennell, joined by the one and only Mr. Greg. Glad you could be here with us.
Good to be here. Excited to be here.
The voice of the Raiders. But tonight we're going to talk about a rivalry that I know a lot of people have loved. I've had a lot of people associated with both Bradley and Cleveland in my family over the years, and this has been a great football game. It's not kind of the aura that it's had for the first part of this rivalry, but it is still a fun game to come to.
Yeah, most definitely. And Jack, for me, again, not being not being from here, it's been great for me just coming in and just being able to love both these teams. And again, Stephen talked about First Baptist, to love all these kids and just get to hang out and be a part of all of this with Walker Valley, Bradley, and Cleveland, and just be a part of that. But just these games are just so much fun and so meaningful and all that. And again, talked a little bit earlier. Just I want to see this get back to like this McCallie Baylor rivalry where it means a lot. And again, I'm not looking for people to do do bad things and stuff like that. I'm looking for for these kids to just come out and have fun and just come out and play the game and just make this mean something again.
I mean, and the thing is, the fans create the environment, and you and I are both from the same neck of the woods. We're two Granger County boys, so I mean, it's Rutledge and Bean Station, which is now Granger County High.
Yep.
Go Grizzlies. My cousin is starting for that team right now, and I remember well before he was born, I was up there.
Right.
But it's a big thing to see a community where you have schools like Bradley and Walker Valley and Cleveland, and too with Bradley and Cleveland especially, that have that history that goes back several decades, to be able to get together and play every season. And I know we took a step back from playing this game for several years and then got back to it in the early 2000s, and it's been a great rivalry to bring back. But we're kind of like last year when this game was played last year, here again also, it was a tale of two teams. You had Bradley was suffering from some major injuries. They had lost some key players to where this year they've been able to replace and are on a totally different trajectory than what Cleveland is from this point last year.
Yeah, and again, last year Cleveland was able to break the streak.
Yeah.
It had been a long streak, and again, now Bradley has a real good chance coming into this to start another one.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's what most people are expecting to happen tonight. It's what most people are thinking is going to happen. But Jack, you and I know we've had this conversation. When this is a game that could make Cleveland see. Cleveland is 0 right now.
Yep.
This is a game that could make their season. They win this game, all those others don't matter anymore.
Yeah, I think the important thing to remember is you don't go into a game expecting to lose, no matter what your record is. You expect to show up and win a game, and you prepare to win. And I think last week, I think Cleveland kind of has a lift off. I know last week they had a terrible game last week. Bradley didn't have the greatest of games. They come out of that with a 10-7 loss to Oak Ridge, and of course Cleveland, come out and lost to Hardin Valley. Cleveland lost last week, and I think they were actually negative
yard. Yeah, they had negative yardage last week.
Game.
Yeah, against Tyner, which is a really good football team.
Yeah, Tyner is, and it's not something you really put together with that. But I mean, let's go ahead and talk about how Cleveland is shaped up. Cleveland everybody knows what happened at Cleveland. Your coach leaves middle of the spring. You kind of have an exodus of your top talent. Your senior leadership transfers. Some to Walker Valley, a lot to Cleveland. So a lot of those kids that broke that streak for Cleveland last year are now playing for the Bears.
Are trying to get another streak going here at Bradley. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think with Cleveland, you're so young right now. I mean, how do you prep a young team to come into this environment?
Well, again, it's hard. The positive is most of these kids that are coming into this environment, Jack, I think these kids have seen this game. They come to this game, which is a cool part of this is they're watching this game. They've been watching this game since they were probably in 4th grade. Thinking, hey, I want to play in this game. Who knows who they were saying they wanted to play for back then. That goes back and forth and all that. But these kids are, most of them are from this community and they've seen these games. But just prepping for this game, I mean, it's they haven't been in these freshmen and sophomores have not been in a game like this before. None of these kids, especially for Cleveland, didn't play last year. So if you're Coach Brown, you're basically saying, stay calm, do what you do, and come out and play hard. If you play hard, that'll help make up for the mistakes you make for being young, and just keep going and never quit. And that's been and that's one thing I love about Coach Brown is his discipline, and his kids play to the end, whether they're behind or whatever, they're playing to the end, and that's what you tell them is play till the 4th quarter whistle sounds.
Yeah, and we're not one-siding this one in Cleveland's favor. I think it's important to talk about a team that's coming back from where Cleveland was last year to what they are now. Is you have such an exceptionally young team, and it's can you cut down on your mistakes?
Yep.
You limit your penalties, your turnovers. Whether you win or lose, can you play a clean game? I mean, if you lose a clean game, that's okay. But if you lose a game and you're turning the ball over 3 times and you're having 100 yards in penalties for a game, those are bigger issues than just being a young team.
Yeah, and Jack, I'll tell you, speaking of just things like that, one of the things that I'm very interested in this game is the emotions that come along with these games, because some of these kids that are at Bradley right now were Cleveland kids their entire life.
Yeah.
And so the dynamic that goes along with that, and just the things that have happened and all that, this is going to be, I think we're going to see an emotional game tonight. I think again, hopefully tempers don't flare and stuff, and things like that, but I think we're going to see a very emotional game tonight from both sides, and both teams wanting to come out and win this football game, and Cleveland, they know they've got got a steep hill to climb, and they have nothing to lose. So they're going to come out, and who knows what you're going to see come out from this Cleveland offense.
Now, if you're Damon Floyd and the Bradley Bears, what is going to be some of your keys to being able to put this game away and make sure that this is a no contest game for the Cleveland
So this
Bears?
Bradley defense is phenomenal.
Yeah.
They held Oak Ridge to 10.
Yeah.
Oak Ridge is a heck of a football team. And that's where they're going to hang their hat. Coach Floyd is going to say, put my defense on the field, and you guys do what you do. Just like I said with the Walker Valley game, you go man on man and you win.
Yeah.
You win against the guy in front of you, and we're going to win the game. That's what he's telling these kids is we're supposed to win this game. Go out and act like it.
Yeah,
that's what he's telling them.
That's the important thing to remember. Oak Ridge last week, they're averaging 400 yards a game. Bradley Central held them 220 yards.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a huge thing. Granted, you lost that game 10-7, but you held a team that is averaging a lot more yards and a lot more points to next half what they normally get in a game. I mean, that's a great performance. But if you're Cleveland, what's going to be Cleveland's key to victory tonight?
They've got to score. Cleveland hasn't proven yet that they can score.
Yeah.
So they've got to put you can't win unless you put the ball in the end zone. I mean, I guess you can kick field goals, but that's not going to do it. So they've got to score. They've got to protect McCowan, give him a chance. They've got good receivers. But you've got to he's been running for his life the entire all year. So you've got to protect him and give him a chance to throw the football.
I will say this. I know McGowan had a couple of turnovers last week, but I'm impressed with the fact that for as much as he has ran for the life, he has stayed healthy because he's taken some hits, and he's been hit a lot.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that he's fully healthy right now because he has taken a beating. But again, he's a gamer. He has
very
come
much so
to play every single week, knowing they're playing from behind, knowing what he's coming into, but he's come to play every week.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing to remember is for Bradley, you've managed to come through this with your starting quarterback. Now, granted, it's not been the starting quarterback that you wanted to start the season with, but you still have your starting quarterback when you lost your original starting quarterback in a preseason game. And they have done well. Granted, you take out that first loss that had to McMinn County.
Yeah,
I mean,
which
they have played
it's still
great.
still just a baffling. Again, you have that loss against McMinn County, then you go play like that against Walker Valley, and it's like this is Jekyll and Hyde.
It really is. It is. But I think for tonight, it's going to be a great thing to see. And we're still seeing people come in droves here to the stands. Normally when we're doing these shows, the line has already gone down and everybody's in. But we're still watching a couple of hundred people standing in the line to go ahead and get into the game tonight. So we are looking to have a great time. Hey, we need to do a Fruit Loop's favorite pick. Fruit Loop, Cleveland at Bradley Central. Who are you taking? The world needs to know. All the fans want to know.
Come on.
Grab a mic.
Okay, who am I picking? What?
Cleveland. Hey, right there.
Cleveland Bradley.
Cleveland Bradley. Oh, do I? Well, Bradley. I'm picking Bradley.
Why are you picking Bradley?
Because first off, we're at Bradley.
Exactly. Home field.
Number two, I love Chris Brown, but it is his first year, so I'm picking Bradley.
That's probably a pretty good pick.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pick the game because I'm calling it.
Well, and I was kind of feeling the same way. Like I'm working production here. I mean,
I've got to walk around.
But
I can't pick
it really is more Fruit Loops favorites, and that's what I'm going to pick. So
exactly. I think tonight's game is going to be. I think it's going to be a great game, but I think Cleveland's got to prove to us that they can score points. I don't think they're going to have a chance at holding Bradley under 10 points. So they're going to need to score a lot of points, and I don't know if that offense is able to do it or not.
All right, I'll give you your headset back.
And I'll tell you, my parting comment on this is Cleveland doesn't expect to win this. Again, they're coming out, wanting to win this game and all that, but they need to come out and play well tonight. That will be a key to them is coming out and playing well tonight and making a game of this. That's what they want to come out and do. They want to make Bradley sweat.
Yeah. Above all else, I want to see a great football game. That's why we show up to high school games. We want to see awesome football games, and that's something I hope we see out of tonight's. Guys, we hope you enjoy the telecast tonight on mixtv.tv. Get ready for a great game. It's Bradley Central, it's Cleveland High, and it's coming up next.
Caldwell Paving, paving the way in Tennessee since 1958. Caldwell Paving specializes in asphalt paving. They serve residential clients, industrial and commercial companies, and subdivision projects. Conveniently located in Charleston, Caldwell Paving serves all of Southeast Tennessee. Caldwell Paving, old services made new. CaldwellPaving.com.
Jenny, I just don't know what we're going to do. Hannah really wants to go to Wesleyan, but I don't think we can afford it.
You know, that may not actually be true. Emma qualified for the TWU pledge at Tennessee Wesleyan. She's going to be a Bulldog, tuition free.
But how's that even possible?
It's a program that offsets the cost of education for local families.
That sounds like a great option for us.
You just need to go to tnwesleyan.edu and check it out.
Tennessee Wesleyan, where dreams meet affordability.
Attention shoppers, don't forget to ask our certified butchers for great recipe tips.
This is an authentic butcher shop, where meat is hand-cut in-store, beef is ground fresh daily, and expert advice from a certified butcher is always free of charge.
Free advice?
Good evening, everyone, from the field
quality
at
I
Bradley
crave.
Central High School.
The value I count on.
Nobody does food like Food City.
Nowadays, it seems like nothing is meant to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast with a quiet and comfortable ride. You'll have the confidence you need on the road, whether they're wet or dry. So say goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Go see Freddie and Tony at Capital Tire Service, 170 Broad Street Southwest. Capital Tire Service in downtown Cleveland.
This is the Cleveland Ford Pregame Show on MixTV.tv. Shop Cleveland Ford online at clevelandford.com. Cleveland Ford, honest people, honest deals.
Next, we will celebrate the cheerleaders.
Good evening, everyone, from the field at Bradley Central High School, Bear Stadium, MixTV.tv. The rivalry games are, of course, driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Good evening, and Stephen Shelton, we're here on our Cleveland Ford pregame. Field side on a big night.
Well, you've been here since, I think, 3 this morning, I believe. But what a great crowd we've got on the Bradley side here, waiting for the Cleveland side to fill in a little bit. It's a big night in high school football. You've got the rivalry game here. We've got a huge game in Chattanooga with East Hamilton and Walker Valley that's got huge playoff implications. And then we've got Baylor-McCallie down the street that's going to be big time. So it is a big night of high school football.
You know, the subplot here tonight, Shelton, is pretty obvious. Look, Cleveland High School is struggling this year. They've not won a game. This seems to be somewhat of a different year in this rivalry. Bradley's playing good. They did lose last week. But as you think about it, some of the players who we're going to need to look at as we look at our impact players with Honda Cleveland tonight.
Well, I mean, if you think about Coach Brown, when he signed up for this gig, he knew it was going to be a challenge. He knew there was going to be a rebuilding, a new culture, a lot of things that needed to be improved on. I don't care if you're Phil Jackson. If you take over the Bulls and lose Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, you're not going to be very successful. So he loses 12 players. These players are scattered all over, from Walker Valley to Cleveland or to Bradley to other places. That's hard to fill. And so he's got a very young team. I've said all season before the season ever started, his season should be looked upon on the last 3 games. The last 3 games, they play 3 teams that have won 2 games all season. So I really think if you're going to judge this coaching staff, you're going to judge these kids, then I think you do so in those last 3 games. After tonight, go ahead and get your judge hat on, and that's fine. But this schedule is so front-loaded. Everything that could go wrong has went wrong. So I think when we talk about impact players, he'll not be one of them. And so, but no, it's a great night. Anytime that this community gets together, we got ATS the Bridge. We've got so much going on here tonight. Just the hospital's here giving away stuff. You can leave here with a bunch of free stuff. and so much community, or just being so community oriented tonight, with no one complaining about the new bag policy that they came on, the air and talked about. It's just been a great night so far. But I think for impact player, it's more impact side of the football. Cleveland has to keep Bradley's offense off the field. It's not about scoring a lot. It's about keeping the ball away from Bradley and keeping the turnovers down. They got to win the turnover war. They got to win the time of possession, and that's really the impact. These impact players is the defensive side for Cleveland High School.
All right, Shelton, thanks so much. We're down here on the field behind us. You see, this is a senior night here at Bradley. Hard to believe this is their final home game of the season, Shelton. So they'll be on the road and off next week, but on the road.
Yeah, it's awful early. We're not. I mean, it's still 80 degrees out here, and it's their last home football game. Disappointing week last week. Damon was quick to say couldn't understand. They lost to a very good Oak Ridge team, 10-7, but just couldn't get anything going offensively. I think tonight, there's a lot of emotions out here, and I think you'll see a totally different Bear offense come out, and they're trying to finish strong. They got a chance to finish 8-2. They've got some favorable games coming up.
I'm hearing talk in the crowd up here that they're going to host a playoff game this year.
Well, they've got a chance. I mean, 7-3 may get you there, and so, but no. And the other game tonight, Steve, that we'll be keeping up with so close. If you're watching this game and you say we would love to keep up with the Walker Valley game as well, we're going to keep you up with that. We've got people on location at East Hamilton. We have people on location of one of the 10,000 that are 5,000 more than Spears Stadium holds at McCauley will be let in tonight. 10,000 people will be let in. They're cutting it off there. We've got a correspondent down there as well, so we will keep you up all night with all three of these games as the night goes on.
All right, we're going to transfer up to our broadcast position, MixTV.tv, the rivalry games. It's our Cleveland Ford pregame. Cleveland Ford. See Crazy Craig go out there tomorrow. Rocktober has started at Cleveland Ford. Visit clevelandford.com. We're back from Bear Stadium. It's Cleveland Bradley night in just a moment.
The UPS Store is your back-to-school shipping store. We're the desktop delivered store, the Send Cozy to Campus store, and the Ship Your Dorm decoration store. This year, the sky's the limit. When you ship UPS Air at the UPS Store, your items arrive on time or your money back. Guaranteed at no extra cost, exclusively at the UPS Store U.S. retail locations. Because when it arrives matters just as much as what's inside. Visit the upsstore.com/packing to get a 20% off packing coupon today.
Visit your local UPS store at the corner of Keith and Stewart Road next to Five Guys.
You get a yearly checkup. Shouldn't your air? With your local Lennox dealer, regular care equals perfect air. With technology you can touch, comfortable air you can feel, and savings you can see. Not just perfect air, perfect for you air.
Call Dale's Heating and Air to upgrade your air today.
Lennox, air is life. Make it perfect.
Make this the summer event going on now at Crown CDJR Cleveland. Shop over 200 new Chryslers, Dodges, Jeeps, and Rams. Up to $20,000 off MSRP. Gladiators, 2,500 pickups, Wagoneers, and even Wranglers with huge discounts. Crown CDJR, the better way to buy and service.
Every job has a schedule, and we're built to keep up. At Wholesale Supply, we power the pros who build, wire, plumb, heat, and light the Southeast. With the top brands in stock, expert support, and 30-plus locations, we keep your job moving and your customers happy. Family-owned, service-driven, built for builders, contractors, and our communities. Wholesale Supply. Built to supply, trusted to deliver.
Hello, this is Tim Akins, candidate for the office of the Bradley County Trustee. I'm proud to be your hometown candidate with more than a decade experience. I would like to ask for your vote and support in the upcoming May 5th county primary election. Experience is the difference.
Paid for by Deborah Swafford, Treasurer.
This is the Cleveland Ford pregame show on MixTV.tv. Shop Cleveland Ford online at clevelandford.com. Cleveland Ford, honest people, honest deals.
Well, welcome back as we're in the Bradley Medical Center broadcast possession along with Stephen Shelton, Steve Hartline with you. And you are looking And a live picture about 7 minutes till kickoff here of Cleveland-Bradley night. Shelton, I'll tell you what, we need to talk keys to the game with our friends at the River Counties Association of Realtors.
Oh, yeah, every winning drive starts with the right game plan. Cry like Realtors. And Cleveland has the playbook for your next move. When it's time to buy or sell, they've got you covered. Hey, the keys to the game, Steve, we talked about in the pregame show, the Cleveland Ford pregame show, and I still believe it's the defense for Cleveland. They have to keep Bradley's offense off the field. The time of possession is so important for Coach Brown and his staff and his guys. If they can keep the ball and not so much keep it a low-scoring game, they've got a much greater chance. The good thing about rivalry games like this, throw out the stats, throw out the record. None of that means anything when these kids have the emotions they have and get on this field.
I think that's a similar conversation what you had with Damon Floyd yesterday, and that is that, look, this is a different game.
Yeah, every time, Coach Floyd was quick to say, and I said, I was bragging on Bradley, and he said, here's the problem with games like this. He said, one would say the score should be this. He said, but you look up and it's 10-10 at halftime. And he said, because the emotions are just so high. And so, again, it is, number one, let me just say, this is the best view we've ever had at Bradley Central High School.
Never seen anything like it.
This,
I love it.
I have not seen from the 20 down in years. And so, thanks so much to Principal Patrick Spangler for allowing us to be here on the perch. I'm not sure what this used to be, but
the drum major. I don't know.
So, but no,
that's what I've been telling everybody.
This time says one last time in Bear Stadium, class of 26. We talked about this in the From the 40 pregame show. It is these kids get 4 chances at this. You get 4 chances in your whole life to do what they're going to get to do tonight, and you got to make it count. And I'm sure that's the same thing Coach Floyd's telling his guys, same thing I'm sure Coach Brown's telling his guys. And I love the fact that Cleveland's coming out in their stormtrooper outfits, the all white. I love the fact they're coming out in all white, and I love the fact that Bradley's in their all black uniforms. This is going to be a great night of high school football. And again, if you're just now joining us, we will keep you updated on East Hamilton, Walker Valley, Baylor, McCallie, and other games around the area, especially as one of those sneaky games, as our friend James F. Logan Jr. would say, that a lot of people have some interest in. Kingston and McMinn Central up in Kingston. That'll be for second place behind Meigs County and a home playoff game there if the winner that game.
Captains
for
Cleveland High School,
it's one of those nights that we are expecting a special night, as we've talked about. Oh, look, Sheldon, we're here.
I have no idea where the camera. Oh, here we are. How are we doing?
Hey there, look at so this is where we are. Hey, Fruit Loops, can you move the camera toward the concession? So there's the concession stand.
And number 22.
So we're basically going to be hungry all night.
Absolutely.
Here come the Bears onto the field. Senior night. Also, it's Cleveland Bradley night. So Shelton, a lot. You know what? It's a lot more than just on the field. This week always is. It always leads into this. Cleveland Bradley. There's a lot of distractions potentially.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got a lot going on. You've got a lot of, you've got, just the fans, the student sections themselves getting really ready to go. You've got Cleveland over here in all camouflage tonight. That's their camo night for tonight. Bradley is basically blacked out, their student section over here. Again, this is a fun atmosphere. I hope the attendance on the other side gets a little stronger, because it's a little lacking at this point. But regardless, it's going to be a tremendous night and a very interesting night again for these, the emotions, especially on Bradley's side. If you don't get a home playoff game, this is the last time that if you're a senior, you will ever have the opportunity to put your helmet on and play in front of a crowd on this turf.
All right, we have about 2.5 minutes or so until kickoff.
Here we have great news. The Zaxby's Rivalry Week Challenge between Bradley Central and Cleveland.
Here's the Zaxby's announcement with Mark Freeman.
Fans voted with their receipts at the Northwest 25th Street and Treasury Drive Zaxby's to see which school would take home the $500 for their athletic programs. After a competitive week of spirit nights, voting, and school pride, congratulations to Bradley Central High School. Way to go, Bears.
Bradley,
thank you to everyone
wins the Zaxby's challenge that we did last time, when we had a rivalry game at Walker Valley. So Well, actually, it's McMinn County.
McMinn County, yeah, absolutely.
And McMinn won that one. You're seeing the captains meeting now. We're about to have the Cleveland High School comes on the field. The volunteer Redapest coin toss is about to happen. Really appreciate our crew, Austin, Chadwick, and of course Gideon Ratcliffe, our entire crew. We'll get them recognized. They've been here all day getting ready for this evening.
Cleveland has won the toss.
Cleveland won the toss, and they will receive the ball. So Bradley is going to defend the south end zone, as you're going to hear throughout the night. Mixed TV.
Anyone that has left a bag at the Skills USA
TV,
please go and get it. Thank you.
And it's about that time. It's time now for the Don Ledford Cleveland kickoff. And Don Ledford in Cleveland, Debbie Melton and her staff want to see you tomorrow even at Don Ledford, where they've got a big October sales event now underway. Don Ledford, Chevrolet GMC. There's the weather. See, the radar is clear. It's going to be a beautiful night, Sheldon.
Anywhere between here and Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. It's no problem. Yeah, Dixon.
Hello, Mark Tipton. He's from Dixon, Tennessee. Over there.
Florence, Alabama. If you guys are playing down there, don't worry about it. Look at this.
Oh, Fruit. Hey, let's look at Lexington.
Lexington looks great.
Where is Georgia's playing Kentucky tomorrow.
Louisville's got a little issue there. Hey, if you're playing high school football down in near New Orleans, get ready. It's going to be wet.
Hey, Fruit Loops, look at the beaches, because that's where a lot of these people are going after tonight.
Scroll on down to Florida.
Yeah. I'd say there's a lot of people watching from the beach. I think our buddy Johnny Evans is watching. Is that right?
Johnny Evans watching from Daytona Shores, Florida. He and Debbie. I think it's going to be hit or miss down there. A little bit of rain, but I'm sure Johnny will weather it.
All right, here we go. It's about time to kick this game off, and it'll be Cleveland High School fielding the kick from Bradley. And back there for Bradley is Cameron Wilson. Also, we have number 21, Jai Isbell. He is a freshman. You know what? Yeah, he's a freshman for Cleveland High School. And here we go. Kicking for Bradley is going to be number 98. This is Noah Canales. And we're off. Cleveland Bradley 20-25. And it comes down to Cleveland High School, and bringing it back is going to be a big opening there at the 35 down to the 40 for Cameron Wilson, sophomore. So Cleveland will have good field position to begin.
That's a great start. You know, Cleveland's got to use that speed. If there's one thing that, youth doesn't have any impact on speed. So if Cleveland can get some wide open terrain there to maneuver around in, Bradley, if they have maybe an Achilles heel, the overall team speed probably is not as good as Cleveland's. But the one thing that Bradley wants to do tonight is disrupt this quarterback for Cleveland High School, because if he gets going and gets a little confidence and gets some time to throw the football, he can make this a long night.
That quarterback is Kason McGowan. McGowan's a junior. And we have a whistle here. I don't see a flag, but we'll see what this is all about.
Keep a real close eye on the clock tonight. Mark Smith's running the clock, so there's a chance that
Well, there's a chance that the Hamburglar is gonna work it out here. Hey, Westfield, AJ just came out for Bradley. He's replaced.
Looked like an equipment deal.
He has equipment. Time out there. Pass complete. Going to be complete to Braden Mija. And he's going to have the junior there, his fellow junior. And Cleveland's going to try to work quick here. Mejia is the name, my mistake.
It'll be 2nd and 5.
So 2nd down and 5 to go. McGowan going to hand it off. And brought down there across to the 47.
Cleveland's got to establish a run game. Anthony Edens right there didn't get anything on that. Maybe a yard, but they cannot allow Cleveland to tune it up and come after McGowan all night, because it'll make it a long night for him. So
this is 3rd and 4. just getting started. Cleveland had good field position on the kickoff return. McGowan will play action, going to try to run it near side. He's got a first down and more. Knocked out of bounds down across the 45 into Bradley territory at the Bradley 44.
McGowan with a 9-yard run there, Steve. First down for the Raiders of the night, but even bigger, they keep the ball. That's what we talked about during the pregame. They have to keep the ball. The time of possession is so important in this game, and they've got to do anything it takes to get those first downs, to continue to move the chains, and keep Bradley's offense off the field.
So first down and 10 to go at the 44. A check and a cash first down, pass complete. We have a flag on the play. Catch was made out there by Westfield. That's Kyrese Westfield, a junior, but check the flag here, Shelton.
I believe it's going to be pass interference or holding. Nope.
It's on Cleveland, it looks like.
Unless it was illegal shift.
Let's see here. Do they have a mic on the ref here? Do we know?
Yeah, illegal shift on Cleveland. They'll be for their first penalty. And negates about a 7-yard reception there.
Yeah. If you're Cleveland, you can't be doing that.
It'll bring up 1st and 15 at the 49.
Well, you want that clock just to keep running. I mean, you want that thing, especially early. One thing about youth that Cleveland has, that the longer you stay in it, the more you believe, and the more you believe, the better you play. So this will be interesting.
Down he goes.
Yeah, this can't be the game plan. He's not a guy that's built to run -2 gain there for him. And so Westfield just really come off that edge, the guy that's committed to Tulane there. And you got him and McIntosh up front. They play so well. And that can't be. And you notice both times McGowan's rolling away from Westfield, which I understand why. But, for Westfield, this is a big deal. 3-year starter at Cleveland High School, now coming over to Bradley his senior year. He's wanting to make an impact.
That's a definite subplot to this game. Here's McGowan going to try a screen. Bang! Hit right there at the 48. And down goes Edens that time. And that is going to bring up a 4th down. Now it's 4th and about 18. They've still got the offense out there. Is it? It was okay. Yeah. So they changed it.
They changed it fast. They changed it real fast.
Now back down to 3rd. Yeah. All right. So 3rd and long here.
This Bradley side is completely. I'm talking about completely packed.
That's an overflow. It's incredible. Back to throw. McGowan under pressure. Pass incomplete. Intercepted.
Yep. Tip.
Intercepted by Bradley. That is Wiley Suskowitz, the former Walker Valley player who came over to Bradley.
Yeah, just a tip here on the replay. You can see get his hand, got the hands up there. Almost got a piece of it. Maybe hurt himself a little bit, but great athletic play by Wiley there to get that ball back for Bradley, and that's exactly what we talked about. A lot of turnovers for Cleveland early would spell doom, and the defense really going to have to bow their back right here.
All right, so Bradley takes over after the turnover. They're at their own 44-yard line, and whistles and maybe motion here, but we will see. Yeah, it's going to be against Bradley. False start. Quarterback for Bradley, of course, is, as we've been talking about him earlier, Tucker Cook.
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out we've got 3 sets of cheerleaders here that I'm trying to ball on the ground there, Steve.
He lost it. Now he punches it back, and down he goes.
I got lost in space there for a minute. We've got 3 sets of cheerleaders going here, and I'm just trying to figure out. One's in camouflage. It looks like the dance team, and then we have another set down here. So I was trying to figure out what all was going on here. So
Reggie Hubbard was on the carry.
Bradley, not a great start for them offensively either, Steve. Cleveland at front four there did a great job. Another stop in play.
Yeah, there's some confusion down there.
Oh, he did not. Looks like it's another equipment issue there for Kenyon Phelps. He didn't have his mouthpiece in. They've sent him off the field because of that.
Okay, I wondered about that.
Now we've got another sideline warning on Bradley. Looks like he just got Damon on the sideline warning. That's early, Steve. That could come back to bite you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hands it off. Had a hole momentarily, but closed pretty quick for Hubbard. Gets down to about the 38.
Javon dropped on the carry. Tackled by number 0.
For this Cleveland defense, Steve, this is a big down right here. Third down, 16 to go here. If they can get the ball back after the interception, that's a big turn of events for this Cleveland High School, this young Cleveland High School team.
Back to throw, pass complete.
Great call.
And he's going to be short, gets to about the 49. Catch made there by Spencer McCooch, who also came over here to Bradley.
Short of the first down. It'll bring up 4th down and 5.
So 4th and 5 coming up.
Maddox Hampton to snap.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's too early to kind of – you're around the 50 in high school. You sometimes want to go for that, but that's awful early to go for it in this situation.
So they're going to punt it.
That is a wobbling punt. Almost touched a Cleveland High School player.
He got a bounce, and we're going to take a break with him right here. As a 30-second timeout on the punt. It's Cleveland Bradley night, scoreless early.
You're watching MixedTV.tv, the rivalry games. First quarter coverage is presented by Cleveland Ford. Think Cleveland Ford first when shopping for your next vehicle. Go to clevelandford.com. Cleveland Ford, honest people, honest deals.
As we come back to live action, carry there. Probably maybe a loss there, actually, about a yard.
Yeah, it's Terrell Emerson. Looks like a loss of maybe 2 on that one.
Correction, Emerson on the carry.
Yep. Yeah. So we'll get it all straightened out here in a minute. So 2nd and 11 officially here for Cleveland. Again, just getting started really. Here's McGowan, pass complete.
And that's a great play call, Steve. So let me tell you why. It gets the ball out of McGowan's hands very quick. He's able to get the ball out. That really relieves the pressure. And if Bradley's going to play off of them, they can run that play quite often. You can get a lot of slants, a lot of quick slants, a lot of quick outs. You could really do some damage here, and Cleveland may have found them something here to work on.
Yeah, they got it down to Westfield, so ball at about the 30. This is a 3rd down for Cleveland. You see they're
trips. They're going to go trips on one side here.
They are.
Overload with the running back.
McGowan, pass complete.
Nice catch.
That is a nice catch. That's a first down. Checking the cash first down up to about the 39. And that little route there again, Shelton to Westfield, a junior.
Yeah, and that's his 2nd catch for 15 yards, Steve. Nice little curl route. And McGowan showed you his arm strength there because he really zipped that one in off really his front foot.
Yes, he did.
2 great nights of high school or football, not high school football. Last night, Ocoee Middle, Cleveland played up at Walker Valley. It was a great game, great night for football. The community really showed out because it was really packed up there.
Ocoee, another undefeated season. Now a timeout, and I don't think the coaching staff and the offense are getting together on the place. We're going to take a timeout with them. Let's take a 1 minute break here, Fruit Loops. Back in 1 minute, mixtv.tv.
So what did you name her?
Sophia. Okay, Sophia, this might hurt a little bit, but we'll do it together. Good job,
Sophia, I'm here if you need me.
Make sure you hold the baby's head when you give the baby to the mother.
What did you name him?
Make this the summer event going on now at Crown CDJR Cleveland. Shop over 200 new Chryslers, Dodges, Jeeps, and Rams up to $20,000 off MSRP. Gladiators, 2,500 pickups, Wagoneers, even Wranglers with huge discounts. Take advantage of model year closeout savings all month long on a new Dodge Charger Daytona Scat Pack. $20,000 off MSRP. Crown CDJR, the better way to buy and service. Visit CrownChryslerDodgeJeep.com.
McGowan runs for about 8 yards on a first down play. And Cleveland High School with another positive offensive play.
McGowan, 3 carries now, 15 yards total. Really, Steve, McGowan kind of went opposite of what we've seen him do so far, trying to curl away from Westfield. They kind of corner chip Westfield there. He was able to scurry around him to get 9 yards and get in front of the chains finally.
Yeah, so second and short here, 2nd and 2 for Cleveland. They'll run it. Nothing.
Gracious.
My goodness.
That is, listen, that is 2 big hits by Andrew Carroll tonight for Bradley. He had a great tackle here on the screenplay. Now that one, he just shot the gap there and was able to knock him down. So that's a big play for that young man.
So 3rd and 2 for Cleveland. Cleveland, Bradley night. We got people everywhere. All over the place here, and we know there's a big crowd down at East Hamilton, Walker Valley, in a state-ranked game there with East Hamilton. Baylor McCallie tonight. Big night, folks, and MixTV.tv bringing it all to you. Back to throw McGowan on 3rd and about 2. Catch made, but he's going to be short.
Great tackle there. Just coming in hard, Jaden Gray. Good tackle on Kyrie Scott.
By number 6.
Yeah, that was a great tackle. 4th down, so Cleveland is going to punt it. And we have about 4:40 and counting here in the first quarter. It's also the
number 5, Reggie Hubbard.
Bradley County Schools, Cleveland City Schools fall break next week, so
back deep to punt for the Blue
should be
Raiders,
an interesting time here.
Watch this dynamic duo of Bradley right now. This Spencer McCooch and Carroll back there, and they can take it to the house quickly.
Punt straight up and took a Bradley bounce.
Won't be taking that pitching wedge back quickly. That was a high punt there. It's didn't travel very far, but what you did keep it out of the playmaker's hands, so you live to see another day.
Let's take a 30-second break after the punt right here, MixTV.tv.
Down and 10 for the Bears.
Nowadays, it seems like nothing is meant to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers, but the Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast with a quiet and comfortable ride. You'll have the confidence you need on the road, whether they're wet or dry. So say goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Go see Freddie and Tony at Capital Tire Service, 170 Broad Street Southwest. Capital Tire Service in downtown Cleveland.
Fumble picked up by Cleveland High School. Bradley's fumbled the ball, and Cleveland returns it down to the Bradley 15-yard line. Let's look at it again here, Shelton.
Yeah, just got in the middle there, A-gap. Gets it poked out from behind. He gets tackled from the blind side there and picked up, well, actually gets kicked. Two players for Cleveland go to pick it up, finally get it picked up, tossed, and then go down to that's a 14-yard line, Steve. That's what Cleveland needs. If they're going to stay in this game, they've got to do these types of things, take advantage of this, but they cannot leave these points on the field.
Yeah, so Cleveland gets the ball right back after the turnover as they now have it at the Bradley 14, and this side, we're on the home side. The Bradley side here is very quiet right now. Probably not believing what they're seeing.
Great
here.
tackle there. to cause the fumble. But
here's McGowan in trouble, loses a yard there. Yeah,
not sure that he missed the handoff there. It looked like a little misdirection. Was trying to read it, and he maybe misread that one because Bradley really swarmed in pretty fast.
They sure did. So it's going to bring up a second down and 11 now. Second and 11 for Cleveland High School after the game's first turnover. Quite a night here, though. It really is, and so much happening, as we talked about, around this game. It does every year. But
Cleveland's bringing the blitz. Bradley bringing the blitz.
McGowan in some
Got
trouble.
Holding.
Still looking, goes to the end zone.
Not going to matter. It's going to be holding on Cleveland.
Yep.
You saw the jersey come, almost get pulled down there.
So
great job by McGowan to get out of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really doing it with his legs so far, as you said earlier.
Yeah, he's had a couple positive gains. He had a 9-yard gain. He had an 8-yard gain. Had two for losses there. So 4 carries, 14 yards for McGowan so far tonight.
Here's the penalty. Illegal shift, it looks like. Against Cleveland.
Well, we have offsetting penalties.
Oh, wait a second.
Illegal hands to the face, offsetting will remain second down.
Second down and 11.
So we'll do it again, basically. Second and 12 for Cleveland. Got the Bradley student section with cowbells.
Oh, yeah.
Memories of last week against UT.
Didn't work out so well there, but okay.
It did not, no. Second and 12. Here's McGowan in trouble, flings it up and out of bounds.
Yeah, Cleveland can't. It's so important for them to get points out of this. This team cannot recover a fumble, get a huge turnover for the defense, turn around and not put some points up. This is just almost a I'd say a game decision type play, but early in this game they have got to put some points on the board. It's just so critical.
So third and 12. As you see, we're scoreless. About 3 minutes in the first quarter. Ball at the 16. Here's McGowan rolling. Going to the end zone, but out of bounds.
That one sailed on him because he had him open.
So fourth down.
Oh, tough one for him.
So they're going to bring on the kicker here. This is Sloan Bolaños. Of course, we know Caleb and Carla Bolaños, parents of Sloan. They're very proud of him, obviously. He's a senior, hard to believe. His dad, the director of the Cleveland Middle School Band. His mom at Hopewell Elementary. So going to try a Cleveland Exteriors field goal. Cleveland Exteriors serving Cleveland over 50 years. It's down, it's up, it is good.
And we have flags everywhere.
Wait a second.
I believe Bradley leaped. You cannot leap over the line, but I believe I saw someone trying to leap over the line here.
You're trying to leap over me, but
okay.
Oh well.
A little late there. What a kick! Great field goal. 26-yard field goal for him.
All right. The teams are off the field, so roughing the kicker. So let's take a timeout here. The field goal counts. Well, wait a second. Wait a second.
No, it's on Bradley.
So it's on Bradley.
They are going to take it. Yeah,
they will take it. Okay, they will take it. Yeah, I was with you there when I thought, well, maybe they got a first down, but no. Let's take it with them, Fruit. 30 seconds here, back in 30 seconds.
I'm Brew McCoy, your favorite Tennessee wide receiver. In the world of football, precision is everything. Every pass, every catch. But what about when it comes to protecting your home? Best Buy Metals can manufacture a custom-fitted roof that will protect your home for a lifetime. Best of all, it can be manufactured the same or next day. Call or visit a Best Buy Metal showroom or drop by bestbuymetalroofing.com to get a quote today. Best Buy Metals, roofing that lasts.
You're watching MixTV.tv, the rivalry games driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Visit cleveland-nissan.com. Nissan, innovation that excites.
All right, back to live actions. Still in the first quarter here, 2:49 to go. Cleveland leads Bradley 3-0 after the Sloan Bolaños field goal. And Cleveland and Bolaños will kick, and it's a kickoff going to go through the end zone. And Bradley will take possession. Shelton, let's take stock of what's happened so far.
Well, I mean, Cleveland defensively done everything you want them to do. They've kept Bradley at bay. They've kept them scoring. Bradley's really not got past their own 30 here on the Cleveland 30. So I just think that for Cleveland, we talked about turnovers and time of possession. They've been able to own the time of possession. Cleveland's had so much more time of possession than Bradley has, and they're winning the turnover battle. But right now, the Westwood, the first quarter scoring recap for with 2:49 left is a Bolaños 30-yard field goal to give Cleveland a 3-0 advantage.
All right, so here comes Bradley, and down goes the quarterback, Braden Carroll, out across about the 23-yard line.
Yeah, it looks like they're basically going to say, or excuse me when I say they, Cleveland's basically saying defensively, beat us throwing the football. We're not going to let you beat us running the football. And they're really stacking the box right now.
So we are monitoring Walker Valley, East Hamilton. We're monitoring Baylor McCallie. Now, you do have the option on MixTV.tv to watch the Walker Valley East Hamilton game. You can go back and forth if you want. Do that with the Mix app. Pass complete and caught out there by Spencer McCooch. Down about the 31, they'll say.
Yeah, 8 yards from McCooch. That's 2 catches for 19 yards.
And 10 for the Bears.
So we bring it now. That's a check and a cash first down. As the ball will be at about the 31.
And Cleveland's okay with this. The clock continues to tick. If Bradley wants to play this slow offensively, I think Cleveland's okay with letting that clock eat.
To about the 35 there.
If Phelps is their main guy, that's the first positive yardage he's had tonight.
It is. They're going to work quick here.
Yeah, I thought so that they were, time-wise, they really were taking a lot of time offensively.
On second down, Phelps going to try to keep it. Carroll. Down he goes, going to lose a couple of yards. Back about the 33. Scott on the hit. Go ahead.
Cleveland did a great job. Bradley overloaded the near side here, and they did a great job of reading that. They come off the corner there and was able to get Carroll down for a loss of 2, putting Bradley now in not so good territory here, 3rd and 8.
Under a minute in the quarter. They're going to have to run a play clock at 18.
The ESPN Cleveland 101.3 play clock.
There you go. Thanks to Coach Turner Jackson. Going to pitch it back. Cleveland has guys there, but nice move. Out across the 40.
Not sure he got it. I am not sure.
He's short of the first. That's Reggie Hubbard.
So Hubbard got 7 of the 8 there.
Is a yard short. So we'll see.
That's twice now. Carroll's kind of floated that little little screen pass type. You keep floating that thing up there, and that's an easy one to pick 6.
Well, they're going to let it go here. That's the end of the first quarter. And Cleveland has a lead, 3-0 over Bradley. Beautiful evening here as the sun begins to set over Bear Stadium in Cleveland, Tennessee. 3-0 Cleveland over Bradley. It is MixedTV.tv, the rivalry games, which are driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Cleveland-Nissan.com. We're going to take a 1-minute timeout from Bears Stadium at Bradley Central High School. Back in 1 minute.
Welcome to Mountain View Nissan Country, where automotive excellence is our top priority. At Mountain View Nissan, we take pride in offering you the finest selection of vehicles, perfectly suited for your adventurous spirit. From powerful SUVs ready to conquer any terrain to your everyday gas-friendly commuters, we have the perfect vehicle to match your lifestyle. This is Mountain View Nissan Country, where automotive dreams become reality. Visit one of our 3 locations in Dalton, Chattanooga, and Cleveland today, and let us take your driving experience to new peaks.
No more varicose or spider veins.
No more tired, achy, restless legs.
No more swollen ankles.
It's time to get back
to a better you.
With the help from Milligan Vein Clinic.
Our board-certified physicians have treated thousands of patients using the latest technologies to restore healthy, great-looking legs.
There's little or no downtime.
It was covered by my insurance.
My legs have never felt better.
Milligan Vein Clinic, improving the quality of your life.
You're watching MixedTV.tv, the rivalry games. Second quarter coverage is presented by USS. Since 1994, we've helped more than 30,000 customers solve their foundation repair and waterproofing problems. Learn more online at USSTN.com.
USS billboard reminded me what a great game that was for someone to go down and watch Mississippi State and Tennessee on an away game. Wow.
Boy, he had a man in stride there. Missed him. That Jacob Robinson was our winner. USS, thanks to Cleveland Insurance, who donated $100 to also help with travel costs. And we're doing it all year with UT. We are Mix 104.1.
Listen, if you've never been to Kentucky, it's a great place to go and go early. See if you can take a little tour of the Rupp Arena. There's if you're into horse racing or whatever, they've got tons of that going on up there. And if you just went to watch, me and Principal Sprangler are going up a day early to watch a little horse racing.
Oh, that's right.
Don't know what we're doing, but we're going to watch it.
Man.
So just to say we've been.
We'll go with you. Second and 15, 3-0 here as you see. Cleveland High School leads, and they'll get out across about the 42, we'll say. So
a 6-yard pickup for Hubbard, or Phelps, excuse me. That's his 3rd carry for only 8 yards so far.
It was definitely a quiet first quarter offensively for Bradley, really for Cleveland. Just the field goal to separate the teams here. Cleveland-Bradley night, beautiful night at Bears Stadium. So 3rd down and 9. They're going to run it with Carroll. He'll get it up to about the 48. Still shy about 2 yards on a first. We'll see what they do here, Sheldon.
Yeah, it's Carroll's 2nd carry for 9 yards, and he took a shot to that left thigh there. Luckily he bounced right back up, but Bradley's going to go for it. I don't know if they're going to try to draw him off right here, but this is pretty. Yep, got him. Oh, I thought they he got back. I thought they got him. This is pretty gutsy here. Pretty gutsy.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now they're going to bring the punting unit on 4th and 4. Flag.
They broke the huddle. You can't change players after you break the huddle. They're going to get false start on Bradley, which doesn't mean much right now. You're going to punt regardless.
Yeah. Backs up Bradley by 5 yards.
5-yard penalty. Going to bring up 4th down and 9.
So that would take away about any chance of a fake right there. That was a great opportunity for a fake.
Back in for the Blue Raiders, number 5.
Got him another again. Flag.
Got him again.
Wow.
There has been a lot of laundry on the turf tonight.
Yep. And still early. So Bradley, it looks like they've had maybe a couple of penalties here in a row.
Okay, so that's going to So still 4th and 9.
Yeah, not sure about that one.
I don't know what he did.
I really don't know what happened there. Oh, well, we'll just keep going.
Kyrie Scott back for Cleveland to receive the punt, and it's a boomer.
It's a good one. That's a good punt.
Can't advance it.
Yep.
Can't advance it.
Yep.
He called for the fair catch.
All right, so we're going to take a 30-second break right here. It is 3-0 Cleveland. Just getting started in the second quarter. Back in a moment.
Owning a home should be one of life's greatest pleasures, but without a solid foundation, it can become a major source of stress. Luckily, you're not alone. Our experts can identify the true cause of foundation issues and guide you through every step of the way to fixing them, from pinpointing the problem to perfecting the solution. We form custom solutions to meet the needs of your foundation and your wallet, including flexible payment options. With our team by your side, consider your home and your peace of mind secure.
All right, so Cleveland High School takes over. Welcome back. Second quarter action. And McGowan going to keep it, try to get around the corner, and nothing there. Now we got a flag on the play. Came in late. Tackle was made there by Reggie Hubbard, but let's check the penalty. Yet another penalty, and they're starting to pile up. It's holding against Cleveland, so we will back this up here. So a hold against the Blue Raiders.
Scores of interest around the area, Steve. McMinn Central 10-0 over Kingston at Kingston. It's Farragut leading Hardin Valley 14-0. It's East Hamilton 20, Walker Valley 7.
Wow. So they're having fireworks down there already. It's a big state-ranked game there. It's number 7 in the state. Walker Valley, number 6 in the state, is East Hamilton. You can also watch that game. Go to our app, folks. Download our app if you've not done that yet. The Mix 1041 app, mymix1041.com, thanks to CHI Memorial. At scoreboard with Warren and Griffin. And McGowan going to be hit a couple of times, and down he goes.
Polk County trails Pigeon Forge in the first 14-0 as well.
Wow.
Tackled by number 20, Andrew Carroll.
Oh my goodness. How are you guys? Good to see you. We're live on Mix TV right now. My buddy Aubrey Preston and Michelle are here. My goodness, look at where they got us. We're the drum majors. So it's a second down and long here, 2nd and 20. Nine and a half till halftime. What do we got happening here, Shelton?
Well, 2nd and 17 now, Cleveland. A couple penalties here. They're going to go out on shotgun. Looks like McGowan trips, though, on the far side, Steve.
What now? Yeah, here we go with McGowan. And out of bounds, so that's going to bring up a 4th down. So 3-0 Cleveland High School.
Zane McIntosh. It'll bring up 3rd.
You know it.
And 17.
With all these flags on the field, Steve, I tell you, our good friend Vic Swafford will take to the internet, to the socials, as the kids say, and X will be fired up here tonight as Vic.
Does he not like the laundry?
He doesn't like the laundry. Vic's not a fan of the laundry, especially when it's thrown on the home team here, on the Cleveland home team for him. That is.
In some trouble, McGowan on 3rd down will throw it out, but we got another flag here. I don't know, Shelton. We got a lot of penalties.
Yeah, a lot of penalties right here.
And here, of course, if you're just joining us, Shelton and I are in the middle of the crowd. So, yeah, we've got some people stopping by here.
It is definitely the middle of the crowd.
See what See what I mean? East. Look at all these people.
East Hamilton 27. That's now into the first quarter. So they'll go. So Walker Valley down 13 after the first. That's not a great start for the Mustangs.
So now this is a dangerous spot for Cleveland.
Oh, absolutely.
As Bolaño is going to punt from about his 2-yard line. Going to try to get some distance.
Great
That's
punt.
a good punt, though, man. But it comes down. Watch this. Had a little room, still on his feet, but he's going to be brought down on the Spencer McCooch on the return.
By 0, Max.
You know, I've been watching Braden Carroll, quarterback, and Greg Phillips tells me this is the first game this has happened. He played a lot of quarterback in short yardage. This is the first time he's been the starting quarterback, and I was a little confused by that in the beginning. But does that mean anything to you at all?
I think what they're trying to do is get the most athletes on the field possible, and when you've got a good running game, you got good receivers. If you can get one more athlete out there, I mean, not to say that Cook isn't a great athlete, but it looks like they're just trying to mix it up a little bit. And Carroll's not hasn't thrown the ball downfield very much. He's thrown a lot of screen passes and a little pass like that to Hubbard, but it's just. It's going to be a hard go if that's the offense that you're going to try to run, because Cleveland's done a great job right now of really snuffing those plays out.
So they swing it for about 5 or 4, actually. 2nd down and 6. Well, somebody moved. We'll check it.
Flag on the play.
Yeah, this is about as undisciplined I've seen a Bradley Central football team, and that coaching staff. I would not want to walk into that halftime locker room.
Yeah, that's. I was just thinking that when you said it. So they'll wind the clock again here. We're 8:25 and counting. Still 3-0 Cleveland. But Bradley at midfield. This is Phelps.
Good run.
Got a hole. That's a check and a cash, first down, and gets down to about the 36.
That's Phelps' first big run, 14 yards. Give him 24 yards on the night. 22 yards on the night. But that's his first real big run of this game, and we're 7 before halftime.
Again, Phelps. He'll get down about at the 31, maybe about 5.
Carroll now with 35 yards passing.
Going to bring up 2nd and 5.
Whistle, and we may have a timeout here. Well, we've got a
timeout.
Yep.
On the field.
Timeout Cleveland.
Timeout.
Let's take it with them. A 1-minute break. 3-0 Cleveland over Bradley early. About mid-second quarter. Back, MixedTV.tv. Driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland.
Every job has a schedule, and we're built to keep up. At Wholesale Supply, we power the pros who build, wire, plumb, heat, and light the Southeast. With the top brands in stock, expert support, and 30-plus locations, we keep your job moving and your customers happy. Family-owned, service-driven, built for builders, contractors, and our communities. Wholesale Supply. Built to supply, trusted to deliver.
Welcome to Mountain View Nissan Country, where automotive excellence is our top priority. At Mountain View Nissan, we take pride in offering you the finest selection of vehicles, perfectly suited for your adventurous spirit. From powerful SUVs ready to conquer any terrain to your everyday gas-friendly commuters, we have the perfect vehicle to match your lifestyle. This is Mountain View Nissan Country, where automotive dreams become reality. Visit one of our 3 locations in Dalton, Chattanooga, and Cleveland today, and let us take your driving experience to new peaks.
Javon DeGrassi.
I'm glad it was you.
Is that it? We'll get close.
I'm glad it was you, because I wasn't going to try it.
There we go. First down, and running it down to about the 25. And I think we're seeing Shelton Bradley's offense. They're just going to methodically try to move the ball down the field.
And you can see Cleveland's defense starting to wear down just a little bit. You know, that's they've been on the field quite a bit here in the second quarter.
And 4 for the Bears.
3-0. Cleveland leads Bradley, but Bradley driving. It's their best drive of the night. Down at the Cleveland 15. Quarterback keeper.
Fail.
Yeah, he did. Carroll fell about the 6, maybe. We're down there this morning, Shelton, with Local 3. Timmy Lynn hit that $2,000 field goal. He is an assistant baseball coach. He was Damon's first quarterback here at Bradley when he's took over.
I remember Timmy Lynn.
Remember
yes,
old
sir.
Timmy?
Oh,
He
yeah.
hit a field goal. I told him UT needed him. He got eligibility. Here is Carroll being pushed in for the game's first touchdown. Touchdown. Braden Carroll kept it on in.
That answers your question why Braden Carroll's playing the quarterback position. It gives them just another look there.
Yep. So Bradley takes their first lead of the night. They go up 6-3 pending the extra point. 6:25 in the first half left here. And on the kick will be Canales for Bradley. For the extra.
If people could see the struggles, we don't have any light. Neither one of us can see.
That's right.
Here's the replay here.
Yeah, good
Carroll
luck seeing it.
Carroll, I can't see the TV.
Oh, okay.
Carroll with a nice little run there. Good push from behind. Gives him a little push there from his offensive line. Gets him in. Yeah, gets him in. 7-yard run. Give Bradley their first score of the night. 7-3, 6:25 left before the half.
30-second timeout. Bradley on top. 7-3. MixedTV.tv.
Hello, this is Tim Akins, candidate for the office of the Bradley County Trustee. I'm proud to be your hometown candidate with more than a decade experience. I would like to ask for your vote and support in the upcoming May 5th county primary election. Experience is the difference.
Paid for by Deborah Swafford, Treasurer.
Right now, when you download the Hardee's app and join My Rewards, say good morning to 20% off any breakfast order of $10 or more. Wake up to the fluffy omelet biscuit or a home-style loaded burrito and save. That's goodness in Hardee's country.
You're watching MixedTV.tv, the rivalry games. Second quarter coverage is presented by USS. Since 1994, we've helped more than 30,000 customers solve their foundation repair and waterproofing problems. Learn more online at USSTN.com.
Bradley takes the lead 7-3. Cleveland, Bradley 9, MixedTV.tv. The rivalry games are driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Kickoff will come down back at the 10 as Cleveland High School will get it up to about just across the 25-yard line for Cameron Wilson on the return. All right, Shelton, what do you think at this point here?
Well, I think this is a turning point for Bradley. If their defense goes out here and gets a big turnover, or if they get a quick 3-and-out, you put that Cleveland defense back on the field, and I think you might be able to go in with a maybe 11-point advantage in the halftime, because you could see them really tiring down there in that last half of that last possession for Bradley.
So Cleveland back on offense, and they'll have it up about the 23-24. First and 10 to go. Trying to run it, nothing there. Going to lose a couple of yards. A.J. Westfield led the tackle.
Yeah, Westfield's just a menace out there. He just does such a great job. I think Westfield puts some weight on, gets a little stronger. He's going to have a great career if he decides to stay at Tulane. Nowadays, you never know if anyone's going to stay 4 years, but A.J.'s got a fine college career ahead of him.
There's no doubt, fine young man also, and of course, as Shelton said earlier, and most of you know this, he transferred from Cleveland in his senior year to come here to Bradley, and a lot of transferring back and forth. We'll see more of it as the years come on. At 2nd and 12 here from the 22, pass complete. And down up around the 30-yard line for Kyrie Scott on the reception.
That's Scott's second catch. McGowan's kind of struggled. That's 27 yards now. He's had a few drops. That's hurt. A few incompletes. Few overthrows too. He's overthrown a couple of receivers there, trying to throw on the run.
Yeah. Well, it's a manageable 3rd and 5 for Cleveland. Going to play action. Pass is dropped and incomplete.
So again, you get a quick quick 3 and out here. You get the punt back. Now let's see what Bradley can do with the football if they can wear this Cleveland defense down just a little bit more before halftime.
Fans, don't forget, Mix 104.1, your home of the Vols for 25 years. We're giving away tickets to every game, home and away this year. Our home tickets, of course, as we've been doing for many years, TVFCU, Tennessee Ticket Tuesday, and for the first time ever, USS is bringing you road game tickets, as Shelton alluded to earlier. Friends at Cleveland Insurance also helping us out with this. So that's happening every game with UT. Mix 25, UT 25, Vols 25. Punt is out of bounds at about the, going to go back to Bradley about their own. Well, he's going to keep running, Shelton. Going to bring in 48. Thought it was Carl Lewis for a second.
Must have curved at the end.
Man. Let's take a 30-second timeout. By the way, you can find out more about that. Download the Mix app, mymix1041.com, about our Vols 25 celebration. MixTV.tv back in 30.
I love the Cleveland community because I think it's a very warm place to live. It's just a very friendly community, and you don't necessarily have to be born here to fit in. There's a lot of folks that move here and they fall in love with it. I feel like we make our customers feel valued by the way we treat them. We're very welcoming here. We get to know them. We learn their names. We learn their goals, and we try to meet all their financial needs, not just do one transaction with them.
Phelps on the run coming out of the break there after the punt. So Bradley at the Cleveland 44. Remember, they started in Cleveland positive territory in Cleveland territory. So he got 3, 2nd and 7. As you see, Bradley leads 7-3 over Cleveland. Gonna run it this time. Oh, he's got room over there.
Lots of room. Holding.
A lot of room.
Holding. He'll be coming back.
That was Hubbard on the carry.
Yeah,
but let's check.
The seal block there just held him a little too long. Hubbard had already beat him. Already beat the defender, just didn't let go.
Well, and you wonder how Reggie Hubbard's mother's doing. Mother Hubbard, of course. Well, I just wondered. I didn't know, Shelton.
ATS the Bridge had some got some signage over here on the on the hill.
Zandra's up there. She fell down the hill 3 times.
Well, no, what I was going to tell you is I watched her do that.
Yeah.
She spelled it wrong twice.
Oh, hey, oh, my. Her sister Kathy's sitting right here below us, as is everybody else in Cleveland.
This is an incredible crowd on Bradley's side. Is just, I mean, this is packed.
And they're all stopping to say hello, so it's really nice.
Had this guy below me.
Challenge taken, by the way.
Oh, what? Oh,
never mind. That's fine. Here is a run and gets the 40, about the 39. Well, they'll say the 40. So 7 yards on the gain. It'll bring up a 3rd down. Wiley Suskowitz. Boy, they're going to work fast here, Shelton.
Yep.
Got a 3rd and about 3 officially, maybe 2. Carroll. He's going to get it and more. Braden Carroll all the way down to the 32-yard line. That's an 8-yard gain. Checking the cash, first down. And he said booyah on that first down.
Oh, boy. I can see what's going on here.
That's all right. Catch is made.
Nice move.
Yeah, it was.
Carroll pass complete to number 5.
And Hubbard.
Tackled by number 4.
You got to stop. You got to stop writing me those notes, Mother Hubbard. I mean, come on, man. It's ridiculous. Down to the 28.
Josh Rogers just gave us the concession stand report.
Oh, imagine that. How many times have you been down there?
He's apparently just once because he just said long lines. Concession stand report, long lines.
Well, we can turn around and see that. The catch made Suskowitz again. Boy, Wiley Suskowitz, Shelton, playing big time.
Oh, yeah, that's 2 carries for him, 13 yards. He exploded right there.
So yet another check and a cash first down. And here's Carroll again.
You can see that defense, Steve, starting to slowly wear down.
Got it. Let's call it the 16.
Tackled once again
down
by
there.
number 7, Lecarius Edens.
30's on the tackle.
36 yards for for Carroll.
For the Bears.
2nd and 7. Pass over the middle. Caught! Touchdown. Bradley Central. Reggie Hubbard. That could be a George Gray Allstate Insurance good hands catch. That's Fruit Loops saved that one. That's a definite nominee tonight. So Bradley's going to try to go up here, maybe 14-3, as Canales on the kick, the extra. Wait till we see the instant replay in a second.
Great throw.
Was good. 14-3. Bradley puts some distance. Let's see this again, Shelton. What happened?
Great throw here. A little slant route by Hubbard. Boom. Into 3 defenders right there. Zipped it in. 3 defenders. Touchdown. Great pitch. Great catch all the way around. And then I think this Bradley team is now starting to really wear down this Cleveland defense.
It's the Cleveland version of the Hatfields and McCoys. Cleveland Bradley 2025. MixedTV.tv, driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Let's take a 30-second timeout. Back.
Every job has a schedule, and we're built to keep up. At Wholesale Supply, we power the pros who build, wire, plumb, heat, and light the Southeast. With the top brands in stock and over 30-plus locations, we keep your jobs moving. Wholesale Supply, built to supply, trusted to deliver.
You're watching MixedTV.tv, the rivalry games driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Visit cleveland-nissan.com.
Kickoff comes down to the 10-yard line. Oh, he slipped down there, about the 20. And he held on to the ball, but boy, he hit hard for Cleveland High School down there. That was Jai Isbell. All right, Sean, let's go to the Warren and Griffin scoreboard.
There are some shocking scores around. The winless in the region, Austin East 14-0 over Sweetwater in a region game. Pigeon Forge 14-3 over Polk County. It is Knox Central 17, McMinn County 14. And from East Hamilton, don't call it a comeback. They've been here for years. Walker Valley now within 4, 20-16 in the second quarter, heading toward halftime at East Hamilton.
Boy, that's a wild one down there. Jim Gum and Andy Morris down there for us on Cleveland's Oldies 99.1. Also, MixedTV.tv split coverage tonight.
Blitz by Bradley.
Well, you got him back of the 10-yard line.
By number 60.
Ray County 20, Lenore City 0. That's another big one for Ray County.
It is.
A bounce-back game after getting just shellacked last week by East Hamilton.
Paul Stokes on the sack for Bradley. Timeout. Timeout on the field. Let's take a 30-second break here. Back in 30 on MixedTV.tv.
Nowadays, it seems like nothing is meant to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast with a quiet and comfortable ride. You'll have the confidence you need on the road, whether they're wet or dry. So say goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Go see Freddie and Tony at Capital Tire Service, 170 Broad Street Southwest. Capital Tire Service in downtown Cleveland.
Back here at Bradley Central High School, where Fruit Loops is spending money like crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's like a bobcat with that credit card, man. I want to tell you right now.
If you guys only knew what went on during the commercial breaks.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. You hear me bleeding over here. Second and long, 2nd and 18 for Cleveland.
Ottawa 10, Soddy Daisy 7 in the second.
Interesting. Hey, next week it's Ottawa at East Hamilton right here on MixedTV.tv. Jim Gum and Jacob Mason on the call and a whistle Do we have another flag?
We have another flag. Thankfully, I think McGowan's thankful for the flag no matter what it was. Timeout Cleveland because A.J. Westfield was unblocked, and they were about to rejoin their friendship.
So no flag,
no
but
flag.
a timeout. Okay, let's take it with them. Another 30-second, and I'll find out how much more money I owe during the commercial. Back in 30 on Mixed TV. Please help me! MixedTV.tv.
No more varicose or spider veins.
No more tired, achy, restless legs.
No more swollen ankles.
It's time to get back
To a better you.
With the help from Milligan Vein Clinic.
Our board-certified physicians have treated thousands of patients using the latest technologies to restore healthy, great-looking legs.
There's little or no downtime.
It was covered by my insurance.
My legs have never felt better.
Milligan Vein Clinic, improving the quality of your life.
You're watching MixedTV.tv, the rivalry games driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, home of the lifetime warranty. I-75 exit 20 and cleveland-nissan.com.
All right, second and long. Second and 18. Cleveland at their own 12. They're going to run it. And some positive yardage across the 15 down to the 17-yard line. About 5 on the carry. And go ahead, Shelton.
First two drives of the Baylor-McCallie game have resulted in punts, 3 and outs for both teams early in the first.
Where did you say they're playing now?
That is at McCallie, 5,000-seat stadium. They're letting 10,000 in. They're cutting it off at 10,000.
So they're not playing at Finley?
No, and they have had kids sleeping there for 3 days waiting on this game.
My goodness. The hype videos are worth all of them.
Oh, it's that's just ridiculous.
Hey, 1:42 to go till halftime. Fans also don't forget that ESPN Cleveland 101.3 is the Chattanooga area's home of ESPN Radio. We're very proud of this. We've had ESPN for about over a year now. Things are going well. Check it out if you've not. Go to ESPNCleveland1013.com. Download the all-new ESPN Cleveland 101.3 app. There's our lineup with Wholesale Supply Group. And Shelton, I tell you, as you said, it's a great lineup throughout the day.
It is a great lineup. Also on Thursdays, what's not in here, on Thursdays, what's becoming quickly one of my favorite shows, if you like UT Sports, at 3 o'clock, I believe it is, the Mike Keith Show every Thursday. It is fantastic and full of information, just not football, but a lot of everything going on athletically at UT. Mike Keith is doing a great job of that.
Fighting. Look at that. About a yard shy, but now.
McGowan's pass.
Wait a second.
Complete.
They're talking about this because Bradley came out with a ball. Is that a turnover? That's
he was still up. He was still up on the replay here. I thought he was still up. Unless they didn't blow it down, we did not hear a whistle blow. Still up. Still up. Still up. No wave of the arms. Ball's out. Ball is out.
They've kept it with Cleveland.
No, the ball is out before if we can go back just a little bit, Steve, you can see the ball out. Boom, right. Next step, next frame, boom, ball out.
Yep.
That's a fumble. Bradley is completely correct on that. Cleveland got away there.
Yeah, they've kept it with Cleveland. So a first down, he did get enough for the first. And now they're going to run the ball and get out across the 35, down about the 37, 14-3. You see the time. Just over a minute. And go ahead.
No, that's fine.
No, you're fine.
McCallie punts, hits a Baylor player in the back of the leg. McCallie recovers at the Baylor 20. McCallie scores a 20-yard run on the next play. McCallie 7, Baylor 0, 7:08 left in the first quarter.
It's going to be a wild one down there. Warren and Griffin's scoreboard. Cleveland, no timeouts. 45 seconds. McGowan wants them to go long. Pass is incomplete, out of bounds. On second down, it'll be 3rd down and 3 to go as we are closing in on halftime. And coming up at the half, we'll see both bands with our Lee University. Of course, District Attorney Stephen Hatchett. The District Attorney sponsors our halftime. But Cleveland 3rd and 3. They're at their own 37. 38 seconds. No timeouts for Cleveland. McGowan, play action, pass over the middle, complete. That's a first down.
Great throw, great catch. Maybe injured him. Maybe got the wind knocked out of him a little bit.
Braden Mia is injured, and he's down on the turf. Let's see it here again. It was a very nice play.
Yeah. Great throw, though. Got rid of the ball quick, went up and got it. Kind of slipped there, but I think he fell on the ball, Steve, and I think it made, knocked the heat. You can tell he's kind of trying to get up there, but maybe just knocked the air out of him.
We'd like to remind everyone of our
all right, we're going to take a timeout, 30-second break. Back on MixedTV.tv.
Cleveland Tire is ready to help your auto any way it can. We're one of the largest providers of Goodyear brand tires in the area. We sell all major brand tires. We have ASE certified mechanics on staff 6 days a week. We also have a commercial truck tire center that provides 24-hour roadside service and minor mechanical repairs on site. We have built our reputation on years of quality, affordable work and tires. We pride ourselves in customer satisfaction and great service. Cleveland Tire Center.
This is John Day. This is the Rivalry Games, presented by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, live on MixedTV.tv.
McGowan on first down, flag in the backfield, goes out of bounds.
By number 26.
And
got a flag. It's going to be holding.
Yep. By the way, while we have a moment, big happy birthday wish to our buddy Daniel McAllister at Cleveland Fasteners, which is just right here.
Absolutely.
Daniel, happy birthday, buddy. There's another hold against Cleveland High School. We had a lot of penalties here in the first half.
A lot of penalties.
Can't wait for your halftime stats on the penalties. That'll take up the entire half.
My pen ran out of ink.
Yep. So back them up here. First down and 20, but 16 seconds.
I just throw it as far as you can if you want to. I mean, that's about all you got left for Cleveland with 16 seconds this deep.
Little screen. Got some room. Gets out of bounds, but well short of the first.
McGowan's pass.
7 seconds. Again, no timeouts for Cleveland.
Knocked out of bounds by number 22, Wiley Suskowitz. Flag on the play.
Those speakers behind us takes me back 20 years when we first started doing basketball, and they would just set us in random spots. The best time was when we had to sit with the band. That was the best.
That was nice.
We heard nothing.
Nothing. That's why we can't hear now.
We were using the handhelds back then, and we could hear not a thing the whole game.
Yeah, you just hope you're on the air. You don't even know. This is officially 1st and 30, but we'll see. About 8 seconds here. And McGowan is going to take it himself. And that's going to do it. First half is in the books. Bradley 14, Cleveland 3. As we complete the first half of play, and we're going to go into our Stephen Hatchett halftime report. District Attorney General Stephen Hatchett halftime report. Coming up, we're going to be showcasing the bands from Cleveland and Bradley, sponsored by Lee University, and a whole lot more. Got to turn things over to Shelton here in a second. 2-minute timeout before that. 2 minutes. Back in 2 minutes. MixedTV.tv.
The new fiber network is going to place Cleveland, Tennessee at the forefront of technology. Cleveland is ready for this, and it's going to be a great future. My message to Cleveland, Tennessee is call Cleveland Utility Authority right now to get signed up for the new fiber broadband network that is coming to a neighborhood near you.
I love the Cleveland community because I think it's a very warm place to live. It's just a very friendly community, and you don't necessarily have to be born here to fit in. There's a lot of folks that move here and they fall in love with it. I feel like we make our customers feel valued by the way we treat them. We're very welcoming here. We get to know them. We learn their names. We learn their goals, and we try to meet all their financial needs, not just do one transaction with them.
Have you been the victim of drive-by pest control? That's when your pest control company comes to your home with no appointment, treats a little around the outside, and then charges you for it. We know you deserve better. When you do business with us, we will call and set an appointment. We will arrive on time. We will perform a thorough treatment, and if you're not 100% happy, you don't have to pay a penny. So don't put up with drive-by pest control. Call the local guys. We've been serving the greater Chattanooga area since 1970. Call 698-7205 or go to volpest.com.
Right now you're wondering, what's next? Well, Lee University specializes in helping you find your next path. Your education, your calling, your faith. Wherever you feel led, we know you can make a difference. That's why your Lee family will be with you to guide the way. No matter what twists and turns lie ahead, you can expect something great from Lee University.
You're watching the Rivalry Games on MixedTV.tv, driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. It's time now for tonight's halftime show, sponsored by District Attorney Stephen Hatchett.
Back here at Bradley Central High School. Halftime score 14-3. Bradley Central leads Cleveland High School. I'm joined now by the FCA Director, Poobah, Matt Moore. Matt, we've got a new location.
You're not on the roof.
Yeah.
You can almost reach back and get a hot dog.
I told Steve, we went from now being able to see to not being able to hear, but it's a great night for high school football. The weather couldn't be better, and this crowd on Bradley's side is second to none.
This community, man, this community is something special. I don't think people realize this. This doesn't happen everywhere. This is not the usual thing. So we've got a great community, great showing tonight. Kind of a closer game than people thought, I believe.
Yeah, I think you saw Bradley kind of wearing down a little the defense of Cleveland a little bit there at the end. But so tell us what's going on. You had a great Fields of Faith. I saw you had 103 decisions here on a post. 130. I have dyslexia. That's fine.
September 10th, we've had 130 salvations. About 60 of those came at, or 50 of those came at Fields of Faith. The rest have been at huddles at Lake Forest, Cleveland Middle, Chilhowie, Ocoee Middle. We've seen God just moving in so many ways. And I tell you, like I talk about this community, our community get behind us like that. It's the reason God's doing a cool thing in our community. There's no question.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of that's the leadership that he's with you guys. He's using, going through you guys to do that. What's next? Fields of Faith is now in the Fields of Faith's now in the books, and now we're moving on. So what is the next big thing before the band gets started? What's the next big thing?
The next big thing we've got coming, honestly, is to help fund what we do. So it's through our golf tournament. That's the next big thing we got going October 20th. If folks want to be a part of that, if they want to play, you can go right to our website, ocoeefca.org. You can go there.
ocoeefca.org.
ocoeefca.org.
Listen, that's a little quick, there.
Steve had a guy on this morning doing like the auctioneer stuff, so I was trying to channel that.
No, you got it.
No, ocoeefca.org. You can find us online on Facebook or whatever, our Facebook, Instagram.
Sure.
And then we actually mark your calendars December 11th. We've got something special coming. It's going to be for our community, to celebrate what football's doing in our community, to celebrate some of our seniors. I can't tell you much more.
Okay, that's fine.
But it's going to be a big deal that's coming up back to Tennessee after years of being in North Georgia. We're excited about it. We're going to talk more about it on the radio at some other time, but we're pumped. And we get to love what we do because we've got huddles on every campus. We got students meeting all across our 4 counties, and we get to support great students like we've seen tonight on both sides. We've got great coaches on both sides.
Absolutely.
And again, that's not the norm around the country, around the state. We've got a really special place here.
Absolutely. So golf tournament, go to ocoeefca.org, ocoeefca.org to learn more about that if you want to play, if you want to help sponsor, or if you just want to get involved financially to help the work that these individuals are doing with our young folks. So, hey, we're going to the bands here, and we're at the Stephen Hatchett halftime report, and we'll see you guys in the second half.
Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, has arrived. Please welcome to the field, Pride and Tradition, the Bradley Central High School Marching Band. Under the direction of Nolan Palace and Ashley Garner, they take the field to unveil their 2025 production. Inspired by the legends of Greek mythology, where life itself is woven by three immortals. Tonight, step into the world of creation, destiny, and finality. This is The Fates.
In the tapestry of existence, three weave the threads of destiny. They spin, they measure, they cut. The unseen hands guiding life itself. Together, they are the Fates. Behold Clotho, the spinner of life. She who draws the thread from the void, creates from her hands the spark of existence, delicate yet boundless with potential. Each thread begins with her touch. Next stands Latisis, the measurer of life. He holds the threads of existence within his grasp. Each thread, each life, carefully stretched and measured. Every moment is accounted for, and every path considered. It is he who determines the length of each destiny, not with haste, but with purpose. is Atropos, the inevitable. With a single motion, he severs the thread, bringing life's journey to its end. Finality. Transformation. From his hand, ending so new beginnings. Together, they are the Fates.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Cleveland and Bradley County, for supporting Vendor Realty for the last 55 years. More than ever, we are ready and prepared to help our community be home. The real estate market is changing and evolving, and the Vendor Realty family is ready to help navigate today's market by providing professional, knowledgeable, and resourceful advisors to help your dream of calling someplace home. For all things real estate, be home with Vendor Realty, 425 25th Street, 423-472-2173, vendor-realty.com.
You're watching the Rivalry Games on MixedTV.tv, driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. It's time now for tonight's halftime show, sponsored by District Attorney Stephen Hatchett.
Bradley Central High School, where Bradley Central High leads the Cleveland Blue Raiders 14-3 after what started out to be a positive first half-ish for Cleveland. They were able to take a fumble deep in Bradley Central territory and turn it into 3 points with a field goal from Caleb Bolaños. And then after that, Bradley Central was able to score on the next two drives to push the score out to 14-3. And as we are trying to scrape together some scores from the other parts of the game, games around the area tonight, we know Walker Valley is trailing at East Hamilton 27-16. Now let's see, who else have we got here? Let's see. Knox Central and McMinn County. Knox Central leads 17-14. McMinn Central is down 3, 13-10 at Kingston. Polk County leads Pigeon Forge 14-6. Meigs County has beat Brainerd. That game was the other night, 65-6. Ray County 33, Lenore City nothing. Sweetwater is tied with Austin East 20-20. And Ottawa is up by 10 over Saudi Daisy with a score of 10-7, and Baylor McCallie is 7-0 in the first quarter. McCallie had a lot of awesome games going on tonight, and we've had a great game here tonight as Stephen Shelton ducks and dives around everything. Come on in, Stephen. How are we doing tonight, boss?
Hey, buddy. It's, what a great first half of football. I tell you, McCallie Baylor is still 6-0. A punt by McCallie hits a Baylor player going to block, on the back of the leg. McCauley picks it up, 20 yards, touchdown, McCauley. So that's going to be a barn burner down there.
That one is.
East Ham now 27-16 over Walker Valley. Walker Valley, I mean, again, you're going to have to get some defensive stops, and right now it just looks like East Hamilton just found the answer, but Walker Valley's got a whole second half to play. But it'll be interesting. Here it looks like Cleveland's defense is kind of just starting to wear down a little bit. You could tell after that first initial touchdown, you could tell they were kind of not as much spring in the step going off the field, but then that second time, 3 and out for Cleveland, they come back on, Jack, and you saw what happened after that.
Yeah, and that's been the big thing for Cleveland is actually having the depth. That's something we talked about all season long with them, is them just having them wearing down in the first half and then not having anything left in the tank for the second half. And we're starting to see that set itself up tonight. And Cleveland had some positive plays. They managed to move the ball a little bit, but penalties.
Lots of penalties.
But when your quarterback is running for his life as much as he does back there, it's hard to make great things happen.
Sure.
And we saw a lot of those plays get turned into just throws out of bounds. We had a couple of intentional grounding calls out there from just throwing the ball away. And there's nothing you can do when you're getting chased by 6 people when your offensive line just can't block.
No, yeah, and you could see when they were trying to dial up the pressure there with for Cleveland, you know, when they tried to dial the pressure early. Bradley did some good jobs. They had a couple screen passes there. You know, Braden Carroll's played the whole game at quarterback, and so when you have that situation there, and Carroll's been able to get the ball out to the flat a little bit, a few screens, a few flats, kind of lobbed the first few, but I tell you, the touchdown pass, the 16-yard touchdown pass, was on the money in a triple coverage. You know, thread the needle there, as they used to say, for the touchdown, and I think that was kind of a backbreaker after Cleveland had played so well in that first half.
I've heard that was in the playbook for Braden Carroll, was to be able to come out and throw, and they've just not had to do it coming forward, but it was nice to see them kind of turn him loose. I know I talked about it a couple of weeks ago when we did the Bradley game, just let him see him throw. He didn't have to, of course, against Walker Valley, but it's a neat thing to see him actually get out there and do it.
I see my buddy Steve Hyde must be past his bedtime. He's starting to, I think he's about to leave. So, but yeah, with Steve's over there. So, you know, again, looking at the second half, Bradley just continued to really dominate that line of scrimmage. That defensively, you could see they were getting a little bit closer, stacking the box, and really they just kind of turned it loose there and said, "Hey, here we come."
They did, and at the end of the day, that's all you have to do right now. They've kind of shown if they're throwing at middle screen. So you might as well just come up and play whatever they're going to throw at you. And if they get one over the top of you, I don't think Bradley's fast enough on the backside to run that down.
Absolutely. I'll tell you, it's very loud out here. The crowd is incredible for Bradley Central. This is one of the larger crowds I've seen in a long time over here for Bradley Central. It is just, I mean, shoulder to shoulder all the way across this place.
It is, and I stood up there at the rail just kind of watching the crowd and getting into it with them and everything, and it's been a great turnout for Bradley. Cleveland turnout has been a little sparse on that side of the field, but you kind of expect that when you've got a team that's 0-5, 0-6.
It is that. It's been a tough go. I tell you what, they played hard though. They have played
really hard. They've had a lot of things that have been special teams. They've done okay on. You know, they had a great fumble recovery, got the ball picked up, ran it back deep into Bradley territory, just weren't able to punch the ball in. And we talked about that in the pregame show with them just being able to put points on the board.
Yep.
And you can't, you know, trade field goals for touchdowns.
Absolutely.
And expect to have great results.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Jack.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right.
Guys, y'all have a great game. It's going to be Bradley Central Bears and Cleveland Blue Raiders. Second half is coming up next.
Every job has a schedule, and we're built to keep up. At Wholesale Supply, we power the pros who build, wire, plumb, heat, and light the Southeast. With the top brands in stock, expert support, and 30-plus locations, we keep your job moving and your customers happy. Family-owned, service-driven, built for builders, contractors, and our communities. Wholesale Supply. Built to supply, trusted to deliver.
Make this the summer event going on now at Crown CDJR Cleveland. Shop over 200 new Chryslers, Dodges, Jeeps, and Rams up to $20,000 off MSRP. Gladiators, 2,500 pickups, Wagoneers, even Wranglers with huge discounts. Take advantage of model year closeout savings all month long on a new Dodge Charger Daytona Scat Pack. $20,000 off MSRP. Crown CDJR, the better way to buy and service. Visit CrownChryslerDodgeJeep.com.
Attention shoppers, don't forget to ask our certified butchers for great recipe tips.
This is an authentic butcher shop, where meat is hand-cut in-store, beef is ground fresh daily, and expert advice from a certified butcher is always free of charge.
Free advice? That's what I call value. The quality I crave, the value I count on.
Nobody does food like Food City.
Owning a home should be one of life's greatest pleasures, but without a solid foundation, it can become a major source of stress. Luckily, you're not alone. Our experts can identify the true cause of foundation issues and guide you through every step of the way to fixing them, from pinpointing the problem to perfecting the solution. We form custom solutions to meet the needs of your foundation and your wallet, including flexible payment options. With our team by your side, consider your home and your peace of mind secure.
I'm Clark Campbell. I've lived here in Cleveland, Tennessee for 24 years, and I'm so proud that I get to shop for my business to get my truck right here in my town. I left my gas truck a couple years ago when I realized that this mid-sized truck with a diesel engine could pull my trailer with so much more efficiency, and they helped me find it. There are a lot of options when it comes to dealerships. This is going to be the first place I go to every single time.
Manhattan Materials is a hot mix asphalt producer in Cleveland. They make asphalt for contractors and supply for both commercial and residential projects. The finest hot mix asphalt in the region, conveniently located a mile from I-75. Call Manhattan Materials at 423-813-7007.
Transform your window project with Cleveland Exteriors. High-quality Viwintech windows built to last a lifetime. Cleveland Exteriors, your trusted partner for exceptional windows. Visit clevelandexteriors.com or call today.
So what did you name her? Sophia.
Okay, Sophia, this might hurt a little bit, but we'll do it together. All right. Good job, Sophia.
Sophia. I'm here if you need me.
Make sure you hold the baby's head when you give the baby to the mother.
What did you name him?
You're watching the Rivalry Games on MixTV.tv, driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. It's time now for tonight's halftime show, sponsored by District Attorney Stephen Hatchett.
It is our MixTV.tv halftime report. It's time now for our Future Stars, brought to you by ATS The Bridge. ATS is sponsoring this game here tonight at Bear Stadium, and oh, look at that. That's why ATS The Bridge exists. Founded by my buddy Steve Wright. Sandra Welsh is our executive director. I'm on the board of ATS The Bridge, and we've got a wonderful organization. Jared Waldrop, they speak all, not just in Cleveland and Bradley County, but they speak all over the area now. It's grown quite a bit. ATSthebridge.org. They are sponsoring this game tonight. That's why we do it. You're seeing it right there. And ATS The Bridge has got a big tent over there. They're selling shirts, and they are got all kinds of stuff. But oh, look at that. Some of the reasons why we do what we do at ATS The Bridge. And you can find out all about it at atsthebridge.org. Here at halftime, Bradley leads Cleveland 14-3. We're about to have the kickoff. Now, hey, Fruit Loops, guess who's not here with me? Hey, Fruit, guess who's not here for kickoff? Be Shelton.
Shelton is
he's running.
Here talking.
He's running.
Trailer.
No, he's running over here. Here he comes. So let's see what's going to happen first. Can Shelton get in the bandstand here where we are, or is the kickoff going to happen first? He's gone over the police tape, and now he's made his way in. And he, ladies and gentlemen, Shelton has made it before kickoff.
Oh, listen, let me just say I have 2 words for my excuse for being tardy.
Yeah.
Jason Reuter.
Every time. Every time.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
He will not stop. It's amazing he has time to coach basketball.
Oh,
we call those the black hole, ladies and gentlemen. All right, kickoff goes over to into the end zone. Well, Shelton, as we open this second half of play, look, it's 14-3. Bradley, what needs to happen?
Cleveland's still in this football game. I mean, it's you hear a lot of people out here saying, well, it's about over with. Well, it's only 11, and you're 1 touchdown away all of a sudden. It's 4. So I think for Cleveland, it's the same game plan, Steve. Defense got to play well. You got to get a turnover, but you got to get the ball in the end zone. You have to do that if you're going to have a chance to win this game or put yourself in a position to win this game in the fourth quarter. You've got to put it in the end zone.
So Bradley comes out and will run it up the middle there, down to about the 22-yard line, maybe 23. So a big halftime, and now everybody's settled in. And well, I tell you, there are people everywhere, all over this place.
I mean, it's all the way down both sides. I mean, it's just completely packed. And
guess what? We've not had a flag during halftime, so let's get another one. Man, we've missed those, haven't we? We're setting some kind of record here tonight. Oh, man, they're going to back them up.
It's time to even the score now. Got to get lopsided the first half, so they'll bring it back in here.
That's right. Well, I tell you, I will say the Bradley County Litter Grant, they are the MVP of tonight. They're getting more coverage tonight than anybody. Here is the pass from Carroll.
What a catch!
What a catch!
Oh,
he missed it.
That was the good hands catch of the year.
Carroll pass intended for number 5, Reggie Hubbard.
Here it is again. Hubbard had it.
It'll bring up 3rd down and 12.
Oh, boy. One would say the ground calls the fumble, but bring up 3rd down here for Bradley.
Into the first, McCauley 7, Baylor 0.
Still there at McCauley. A lot of people interested in that game here at Bear Stadium, and also what's happening at East Hamilton. Tried to hurt a little bit, got across the 20-yard line, got a couple of yards for Hubbard.
Number 5, Kylie Scott. It'll bring up
so, well, Cleveland forces a punt here on the first Bradley series, Sheldon.
Oh, and that's exactly, again, you're going to get the ball in great field position, but you've got to do something with it. And you've got to find a way to get the ball out of McGowan's hands and into your playmaker's hands, because he has gotten zero time to throw the football. It is catch it, throw it, and pray he doesn't get hit at this point.
Punt straight up. It'll take a Cleveland bounce, and they'll have it at their own 48-yard line. 30-second break. MixTV.tv. It's Cleveland Bradley night. Second half is underway. Back in 30 seconds.
Duracell Cleveland is now hiring mechanical skilled technicians from $22.17 to $27 per hour. Excellent benefits beginning day one: medical, dental, and vision insurance, paid vacation, holiday pay, 401k tuition reimbursement, and more. Apply at Duracell.com.
Over 60% of teenage casualties in drinking and driving crashes do not wear a seatbelt.
1 in 3 high school students have ridden in a car 1 or more times with someone who's been drinking.
Texting while driving increases the risk of crashing by 23 times.
Don't become a statistic, be part of the solution.
Car crashes are the leading cause of death among teens, 1/3 of which are from drinking or drugs.
Brittany's kids say, choices matter, buckle up.
Calm down.
Drive safe and sober.
Scott on the reception for Cleveland High School. It's a check and a cash, 1st and 10 to go. As Cleveland driving into Bradley territory, here's McGowan. He's got a corner over there. He'll have some room, and knocked out about the 37-yard line. So give him 5 on the carry. Let's get a Warren and Griffin scoreboard check. Shelton, what do you got over there?
Well, just a couple of updates. Sweetwater's come back from 14-0 to tie at 20-20 with Austin East.
Wow.
Pigeon Forge now trails Polk County 22-14. Again, Walker Valley still 27-16 there. Knox Central still up on McMinn County. Ray County still destroying Lenore City. Ottawa still leads Soddy Daisy. McMinn Central trails Kingston 20-10. And Eagleton Academy 20, Tellico 7.
All right, Warren and Griffin scoreboard. 2nd and 6 here. McGowan saw something there on the line. They're going in trouble,
boy.
And down he goes. Big sack. Lost a mile.
By number 26.
Sack by Anthony Perez, a senior, listed at 6'2", 200.
Gonna bring up 3rd down.
That's a Food City sack.
It is 3rd and Ottawa.
Yep.
he just could not get his feet planted enough to get rid of the football without it being grounding.
There is Andrew Walker, much like his dad Bart, painting his body. That's very nice. Here is McGowan in trouble. Flag on the play.
Holding.
Oh, and that's a face mask.
Yep, that's going to.
We're going to have offsetting, I think. Let's
tackle by Perez and
see this again. You don't know if that was a design run or not. The play broke down. There's the face mask.
Yep, definitely there.
But
offsetting penalty.
Offset. Shelton.
Update. McCauley hits a 50-yard pass to go up 14-0. Next play after the kickoff, Baylor runs one in from about 60 yards, 14-7. McCauley leads Baylor, 7:43 left in the second.
Fireworks down there at McCauley tonight. It is quite a night here. All over the area. Here at East Hamilton with Walker Valley down there. That's also on mixtv.tv. And then, of course, we're following a lot of games at that Baylor-McCauley game at McCauley. So a lot of stuff happening tonight. Here's McGowan in trouble again on 3rd and 22. Pass is incomplete. And Hardy's Friday Night Blitz, it's the 22nd year of Hardy's Friday Night Blitz. Will have all the scores and phone calls tonight. Andy Jenkins and Robbie Winters on Mix 104.1 radio right here on mixtv.tv. All the scores from around the area. Hey, congratulations, Bradley Central 50th anniversary of, man, I can't even count back that far, but I guess that'd be the class of 75. They are all here and celebrating. And a bunch of them have come up to us. Saw Gene Akins, and of course, now Gary Owenby's in that class. And they are having a big celebration here at the stadium at a tailgate. They got a big deal at the country club tomorrow night. Here is Bolaños on to punt, and another flag.
The play.
We'll check the penalty.
False start on the Blue Raiders.
That'll be a false start against Cleveland.
Penalty. It'll be
so it'll push it back to 4th and 27. And there's Gary Owenby right there. That's the Corky Whitlock Memorial Press Box. Oh my goodness, Corky and Annette. All they did here for Bradley Athletics and Corky around the community. Short hop on a punt. He's going to have to bring it down. Now he's going to punt it. Bolaños, a very smart play. That takes a big Cleveland bounce back of the 20. Still on his feet on the return.
Got some extracurricular activity there on the sidelines. And
that's Edens on the
flag on the play.
Pardon me. That was actually McCooch on the return. Flag on the play. We'll check. Happened there along the Bradley sideline. So let's check the penalty. Personal foul against Cleveland.
On the Blue Raiders.
It's going to give Bradley some more yardage here.
The 15-yard.
You said something about
marked off.
Earlier about the tickets that's been given away. 25 years of the Vols on Mix 104.1.
Sure.
You know, still got some really good away games and home games to boot on top of that. Arkansas coming to Tennessee, Oklahoma coming to Tennessee, Tennessee going to Florida, Tennessee going to Alabama, Tennessee going to Kentucky. What a great contest that is this year to celebrate 25 years.
It is. Thanks to Neil Scott, USS. Thanks to Stephen Shelton, Jimmy Hill, our buddy at Cleveland Insurance. It's a great deal. 25 years, Mix 104.1, your home of the Vols. All right, so Bradley has a 2nd and short here. Maybe about a yard, if that. Carroll, the quarterback, will keep it. He'll have a first down. on the near side, checking the cash. First down.
Daxton Evans. Timeout on the field. It'll be 1st and 10 Bears.
So we've got an injury timeout right here, and we will check that out here. Hey, Brian Graves, hello in Alabama. Brian wanted me to tell you, Sheldon. He said they're really in Alabama, where Brian is now. They are actually worried about Vanderbilt tomorrow. College game day will be down in Tuscaloosa for that game tomorrow.
I had a guy ask me yesterday if I ever would have believed that college game day would be at Vanderbilt, Alabama, and I said never. I said really never. I think they would have went to the Miami game if they just weren't there. They were just there, and I think that's what maybe spun that a little bit for them. But yeah, it's hard to believe. But I have a funny feeling that last year's loss to Vanderbilt may take care of things for Bama tomorrow.
Well, they're coming off of the huge win at Georgia last Saturday night. So hello, Brian. Thanks for watching.
Absolutely.
But you know, I'll get to that in just a second. Oh, here's a big run. Ran over some people there.
Oh, wow.
Down
he's played great tonight. Really has.
Boy, he really has.
Had the interception, interception in the first quarter to really get them going here, and then has really ran the ball very, very effectively.
2nd and 2.
So 8 yards on the carry for Suskowitz. Bradley, that 14-3 lead. Oh, yeah. Big hole. Big hole.
Huge hole. Huge hole. And you can tell Cleveland's really starting to kind of die down a little bit. Hey, you said something earlier about Bart. You're talking about Bart
Walker.
Yeah, but have you ever seen the show Peaky Blinders on Netflix?
I've heard of it.
Okay, well, here's Bart Walker. Here's Sergeant Moss.
Oh, man.
Here's Sergeant Moss. If you folks know Bart Walker, if you know Bart Walker, just go and Google Sergeant Moss, Peaky Blinders, and I promise you,
that's him.
Bart Walker has an acting career that he has told us nothing about.
Yeah, and of course at First Baptist Cleveland is supposedly his day job, but we need to check with Pastor Easley and see if he's actually on set in Hollywood. Who knew? Man, that's very close.
Nice
pass complete.
Touchdown.
Gonna fall in the end zone. Touchdown. Bradley Central and Spencer McCooch, who is making a case for our Mayfield star of the game. He just caught the ball, and the momentum carries him into the end zone. And Bradley adds to their lead, and pending Canales' extra point, it could be 21-3. It's up and good. Let's watch it again here, Sheldon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great throw by Carroll right here. Cleveland blitzes, picks up the blitz, just a little. I mean, just a little bit of a slant there. Perfect pass and double coverage in between two defenders. Give him the touchdown. 19-yard pass, and that is his second touchdown pass of the night for Carroll. Give them the 21-3 advantage. And I tell you, McCooch has played really, really well. And player of the game tonight is going to be. It's going to be kind of tough because we've got a few guys that have played really well.
Going to be a horse race. Let's take a 30-second timeout. Back in 30 on MixedTV.tv. Cleveland Bradley night at Bear Stadium.
Cleveland Tire is ready to help your auto any way it can. We're one of the largest providers of Goodyear brand tires in the area. We sell all major brand tires. We have ASE certified mechanics on staff 6 days a week. We also have a commercial truck tire center that provides 24-hour roadside service and minor mechanical repairs on site. We have built our reputation on years of quality, affordable work and tires. We pride ourselves in customer satisfaction and great service. Cleveland Tire Center.
Kickoff. Gonna bounce around, and Cleveland, another flag comes in. Returner is Cameron Wilson for Cleveland, but let's check the flag here. It's going to be a hold against the Blue Raiders.
Tackle by T.J. Jones.
And
flag on the play.
we have had the penalties tonight.
With 4:51 left in the second quarter of play, Baylor has scored again, 14-14, all tied up.
Oh, boy. So our Warren and Griffin scoreboard, and of course, such a big night here tonight.
We have the distance.
Yeah. I got a text on the picture that you actually, yeah, it's the same one. That's him.
I mean,
that's him.
Am I lying?
Oh, that's him.
He's there.
We're talking about Bart Walker, who apparently has got an acting career.
I figured out how he's putting all these kids through college.
There we
this
go.
Is
That's it. That's what it was. That's what it was.
This is it.
I knew it. I knew it had to be something. Oh, man. That's pretty cool.
Oh.
First and long here, out of their end zone.
Good tackle. Great tackle.
Yeah, not much.
McGowan
to the 8.
Complete.
So next week it'll be we're going to have a mixed TV.TV game. Shelton, East Hamilton, Ottawa, great rivalry game down there.
Great community game down there. Yeah, it's going to be a great community game, and East Ham could be coming off a huge win over Walker Valley, which that will set up now for us. That if Walker Valley loses tonight, that will set up that Ray County Walker Valley game is very important there at the end of the season.
Certainly is. I did confirm, by the way, that game is going to be played on Halloween night. I confirmed that with Walker Valley officials. Yeah, there it is next week. It will be Andy Morris and Jim Gum next Friday night. Ottawa at East Hamilton right here. Looking forward to it. Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland drives it. Third quarter here, 21-3. 3rd and 3 for Cleveland. Pass is incomplete. No flags, so it's going to bring up 4th down.
Braden Mahahi. It's incomplete. It'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, they're going to be forced to punt here, Steve. You just can't, as we got a player down here, it looks like maybe a cramp. You just can't get in these situations for Cleveland. They had a chance here. They killed themselves offensively. They got 3 and out to start the third quarter of play and went backwards. It probably lost about 15 yards there. Just incredible.
All right, player down on the field. 30-second timeout. Back in 30 seconds. MixedTV.TV.
This is John Davis, the trade-in man for Kia Cleveland on South Lee Highway, and we will overpay for your old car today. High mileage, cosmetic issues, that's okay. Rusted, busted, can't be trusted, all trade-ins are welcome. Just bring us your old car as is. Don't even wash it. You'll be shocked of how much I'm willing to pay for your old car in any condition. Come see me, John Davis, the trade-in man for Kia Cleveland on South Lee Highway in beautiful Cleveland, Tennessee, where selling your car is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
You need money overnight? Check into cash. Your time is tight. .com. Bank account's too low? Check into cash. So where do you go? .com. Do it online in a record time. It's the easy way to get money next day. Do a quick click from home at checkintocash.com. You can be sure it's secure from our bank straight to yours. Do a quick click from home at checkintocash.com. Boom, boom, ba-dum, boom.
My dad says our new Linux system saves energy.
Well, saving energy means saving money.
A lot of money?
Yep.
Time for a raise in my allowance.
Savings year after year.
A big raise.
Call today for perfect air you can feel in your home and savings you can feel in your wallet.
Lennox. Air is life. Make it perfect.
Call Dale's Heating and Air today.
MixedTV.TV. The rivalry games are driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Shelton, talk about that injured player.
Yeah, Cole Bowman. Looks like maybe I don't know if it's a cramp or a knee. But he got up. He walked out. Thankfully, walked off on his own under his own weight. So looks like he'll be okay.
Sloan Bolaños will punt. That's a good punt, actually.
Yeah, it's really good.
Out about the 45, 46. Well, he's still moving. 43.
2-yard line.
There's our Little Caesars student section. Little Caesars this weekend. Be a great place to get some pizzas and enjoy maybe tomorrow college football tomorrow.
Dr. Gary Wojtek, the 27.
It's at Little Caesars. They would love to see him. My buddy Nathan Napier, he's excited, Shelton, about the Detroit Tigers. He's a big Tigers fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of things going right up there with Detroit. You know, it's Detroit Tigers, the Lions football. You know, the Lions. You know, former Tennessee Vol was up at Detroit, played a little quarterback, and went back coaching. Oh, Jim Bob Cooter was up there for a while.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
Wow. Mission accomplished. Good. All right, second down, and they're going to say second about 5. Tucker Cook at a quarterback now. They've announced him. His first action at quarterback handoff, right up the middle, close to a first down.
I've got a sneaking suspicion if you attend First Baptist that this Peaky Blinders Sergeant Moss is going to show back up. I have a. If I know Pastor Easley, I think this could resurface.
That's got to be on the big screens on Sunday.
It could
resurface. Absolutely. Oh yeah. I guarantee you, knowing Pastor Easley, there's some wheels moving there.
Yeah, that's not going to go just quietly.
Hey, Pastor, make sure all of us are in town. Though,
yeah,
okay, buddy?
Let's not burn that in the fall break.
Yeah,
let's not burn.
I wouldn't do that.
He's right here behind us. He's here behind us.
What happened? When did you start your acting career? He's the one that said it. Yeah, I know. Julie's upset with him. So Shelton's now, we've got Bart Walker here behind our broadcast position, which is in the middle of everybody. Running the ball, still on his feet, fighting and getting down about the 21-yard line. So what's happening right here next to me, the reason right here in Shelton, he's explaining to Bart Walker what the show is that he's apparently in, and Bart's trying to act like he's not in it. Bart's trying to act like he's never heard of it.
Bart looked at me and said, I know what you're talking about. And he just walked away.
Yeah, I know.
And his wife said, I wish he was him.
Yeah. Julie wished he was gone on those shoots all the time. Absolutely. From the.
He said, what all did you say? I said, don't worry about it. We took care of it.
You'll figure it out.
Yep.
Oh, bounces off one tackle, still on his feet, but got about a yard maybe.
Correction. Tackle by number 7.
Hey, thanks for joining us wherever you are tonight. MixTV.tv, the run there, Brady Lewis. Boy, Brady's growing up. I don't know.
Well,
man,
wrong one.
Oh, okay.
But I tell you, Lewis is Brady is really one of those guys that last year he was just an ultimate team player. Played every position you possibly could almost play, even quarterback for a while. Just a huge huge asset for this Bradley Central football team. And I tell you, this is going to be a good win for Coach Floyd and this team. Get past this week, the emotion of this week. You can refocus now. That we called it the back 9 of the season. You're kind of heading down that last stretch, and this is just going to be a really good win after a slow start tonight.
Cleveland's called a timeout here. 2.5 to go. Bradley has got a 4th and 2. Oh, look at that.
Listen, folks.
Go ahead, Sheldon.
If on the right, if you don't know this guy, this is Bart Walker. He's one of the associate pastors at First Baptist. Great guy, great husband, great father. But however, on the left here, folks, is Sergeant Moss of Peaky Blinders. Now, one would suspect that these individuals were related, but not says I. I say these are the same men. I bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, the people of the jury of this community, this is the same man who has posed as a pastor, but he is actually an actor, Sergeant Moss, Peaky Blinders.
So for us who are uneducated and don't watch everything on streaming, What is Peaky Blinders?
It is kind of an old gangster. It's set back in the old land across the big pond, set back there before they had paved roads, and it's a kind of a gangster type deal.
Yeah.
But it's very well done, very well written. But I told Pastor Easley by text just now, I said it took me 3 hours to watch the first episode when Sergeant Moss showed up because I kept pausing it.
Yeah, I know.
But yes, anyways.
Here's a 4th and 2, big run down inside the 5. And that for Bradley is McCooch again.
Yeah, I mean, he's really done. He's played well. Carroll's, with that carry, that's going to put him almost 70 yards rushing on the night, and looks like they're going to go right back to him for a score here.
Gonna stop. Yeah, that was Carroll last time. My mistake.
Yep.
And gonna get stopped on that carry. Down at about the 4.
Cameron Wilson going to bring up.
This is a goal situation here for Bradley. They're trying to add to their lead here. Feels a little bit like fall here this evening.
Yeah, it feels great. Yep. So it looks like illegal substitution.
I didn't even see the flag. So another one?
We came in from the side, the far side there. So it's going to give Bradley a little more life, move it half the distance of the goal. So that'll set them up. It'll be second and probably 2.5 for Bradley Central. And if they don't punch it in right here, don't sleep on A.J. Westfield not getting in the game and maybe pulling the old refrigerator Perry.
Yep,
you got it.
Yeah. All right, so Carroll in at quarterback, and he'll hand it off to big 88.
Lewis on the carry.
Yeah, I mean, Brady Lewis, he just missed. He went left. I think if he stayed straight, he could have bulled in behind his line, tried to go outside a little bit, maybe got a yard possibly. So it looks like be set second and goal, excuse me.
Second and goal.
Carroll on the carry.
Touchdown. Carroll with a score, and Bradley adds to the lead. It's 27-3 with TVFCU pending the extra point. So yeah, some interesting things as far as, especially this time of the year, as far as region considerations are concerned. Very, very interesting, as you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's Carroll's second rushing touchdown. Has thrown 2 touchdowns.
Oh, wow.
Carroll's vying for that player of the game as well, star of the game as well.
Here it is again.
Gets in behind that big line. Gets in behind Brady Lewis. Able to get in there, and just another big touchdown. And like I said, we have progressively watched this Cleveland defense just continue to kind of wear down.
Take a 30-second break here after the score. MixTV.tv, driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Back in 30 seconds. Cleveland, Bradley night.
Welcome to Mountain View Nissan Country, where automotive excellence is our top priority. At Mountain View Nissan, we take pride in offering you the finest selection of vehicles, perfectly suited for your adventurous spirit. From powerful SUVs ready to conquer any terrain to your everyday gas-friendly commuters, we have the perfect vehicle to match your lifestyle. This is Mountain View Nissan Country, where automotive dreams become reality. Visit one of our 3 locations in Dalton, Chattanooga, and Cleveland today, and let us take your driving experience.
This is the Rivalry Games, presented by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, live on MixTV.tv.
Well, I guess as we have a kickoff here, Bradley after their score going up 28-3. We'll get that in a second. Here's the kickoff. Oh, good return here. And a flag, imagine that, comes in as the return right there. I'll get him for you.
But there's flag on the play.
Flag on the play, and it's going to go against Cleveland. Sheldon, I understand there's a pretty young, inexperienced quarterback in attendance at Baylor McCallie.
There is Baylor McCallie, expecting 10,000 there tonight. It's 14-14 in the second. And one Peyton Manning is in attendance to watch the game. You know, his son's an 8th grader at Baylor School, and Peyton has a home now in Chattanooga that he stays at some, and when he's not traveling. And so I
saw Brian Hood.
Yeah, stalking. That's exactly what he was doing.
Stalking Peyton in the picture, actually, that Channel 9 put out.
Yep, it's pretty much a stalking photo.
Yeah. And you see Karen, Brian's wife there, embarrassed, ashamed as usual. Pass incomplete. No, he's in the picture. I mean, look at it.
He is, absolutely.
Number 5, Kyrie Scott. It's incomplete.
Steve, next week, you know, Jim Gum and Andy doing their first ever together game on mixtv.tv, Ottawa, East Hamilton. That'll be, again, a great community event down there. Ottawa continues to improve. They're doing a great job of getting those kids out there. We saw them a few weeks ago. Very athletic, got some kids, and just Matt's going to do a good job down there. Got to give him some time.
Oh yeah.
And same situation as at Cleveland here. Again, don't judge Cleveland on the scoreboard tonight. Let's judge Cleveland on these last 3 games. Let's judge Cleveland on how much they can improve, and especially with that back end of that schedule being much more favorable to a young team than the first 7 games of the season were.
And they are young. Coach Brown said early on in the actually preseason when we had our Cleveland Rotary Club, Jamie Kyle puts that program together every year. That in fact, the 8 Cleveland Raiders have Blue Raiders have driver's licenses. So that's how young they are. It gives you a little perspective. 40 seconds and counting here in the third. On a 3rd and 15, a little confusion, but stays on his feet.
I have a non-scoring update from Baylor McCollum.
Yeah, go ahead.
Coach Tony Vitello has joined Peyton Manning in the stands
to
watch the game.
There we go.
And I was told that Coach Heupel would be in attendance on the sideline tonight.
What in the world's going on? Well, UT's off tomorrow, so that makes sense.
That'll be the final.
So that's the place to be. That's it for the third quarter. After 3, it is Bradley 28, Cleveland 3. Let's take a 1-minute break. 1-minute timeout. MixTV.tv. The rivalry games are driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Back in 1 minute.
Nowadays, it seems like nothing is meant to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers, but the Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast with a quiet and comfortable ride. You'll have the confidence you need on the road, whether they're wet or dry. So say goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Go see Freddie and Tony at Capital Tire Service, 170 Broad Street Southwest, Capital Tire Service in downtown Cleveland.
You're watching MixTV.tv, the rivalry games driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, home of the lifetime warranty. I-75 exit 20 and cleveland-nissan.com.
Champions Restaurant and Sex.
Back for the fourth quarter. Hey, we've got a 4th down play here. Got a punt. After the punt, I'm going to turn things over to Fruit Loops. I'd like him to recognize our crew tonight. Doing a tremendous job this evening, and we really appreciate it. Punt gets out with Bolaños. Punt will come down to the 48. And going to be, drugged down. Down it goes, Shelton.
2 quick updates. Again, 30-22 into the East Hamilton late in the third quarter, so Walker Valley within 8. Baylor has just kicked a field goal to go up 3 at halftime, 17-14. Baylor leads.
And you told me they started at 7:45.
Yep.
Hey, Fruit Loops, let's thank our crew tonight.
Working in the trailer with me, we've got Ben Hinkle and Madison McNabb. Running camera, we got Jake Shaw. And
it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bears.
Camera, Sportsner's Gideon Radcliffe running our main camera tonight, and Austin Chadwick.
Is there any reason for him to put his own name?
There's Lauren Hurst. Hey, Lauren Hurst, my old neighbor. You moved. You left us. How's UT?
Oh, I'm not on the radio, y'all.
We're on TV.
Oh, we're on TV?
Yeah.
Hey, guys, it's Lauren.
You doing good? Good. Good to see you. Good to see you, Lauren. Lauren Hurst, who's here tonight, and one of the greatest all-around athletes, really, Shelton history of Cleveland.
She's two-time All-Star, actually Player of the Year, Gatorade Player of the Year, volleyball, and did a fantastic job there, putting Cleveland definitely on the map in volleyball for this state. And think about the run that the females have had in this county. Walker Valley with softball, Cleveland multiple volleyballs, Bradley 3 in a row on basketball. So 6 state championships in the 3 major sports for women's sports in this county, which is huge.
Well, I think about one of the pioneers of women's sports here. That's Sylvia Coates. Happy birthday, Sylvia. Played for Jim Smitty, won a bunch of championships here at Bradley. Love Sylvia. And another carry here.
It'll bring up second down and 5.
Second and 5 here. Bradley, of course, up 28-3. Now, folks, following the games tonight, Hardy's Friday Night Blitz on Mix 104.1 Radio, on MixTV.tv, on ESPN Cleveland 101.3, and Cleveland's Oldies 99.1. So they'll have all the scores tonight. It's Andy Jenkins and Robbie Winters. We'll have that program for you.
Gage McDowell. That'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Peek at some of the crowd. This is the Bradley side. You're seeing what's happening here.
The sad thing, a lot of people have left, and it's still packed.
Oh, yeah. It's a happening.
Carroll, that's a great run there.
That is.
A little scamper for first down.
You know, he has really had a good game for Bradley.
He's made it real tough on me here, I'm not going to lie.
Well, that's right. You'll be doing the Mayfield Star of the Game. So, a lot happening now. Let's get this play in here. First down. Lewis down the right sideline, hops over the defender and gets down about the 5. Big run. Brady Lewis. After this, Bradley next Friday night will be at Saudi Daisy. But next week, Walker Valley and Cleveland are, Walker Valley and Cleveland are off.
At the 6.
Then they'll come back on the 17th. Another flag.
Flag on the
I think your
play.
Mayfield Star of the Game will be the flags.
They've had the most attention. And the most yards.
The Bradley County Litter Grant is our sponsor of the penalties, and they're really, I mean, my goodness, are they getting coverage tonight. That makes me want to litter. They're getting so much coverage tonight. Now, speaking of littering, the flags, I mean, they've littered the field tonight.
It'll bring up first.
Hello to Tim Mason, Commissioner Mason, everybody at Bradley County Litter Grant. All right, back to the field now. First and 11 technically. Here is Lewis around the right corner. That's a touchdown. Brady Lewis with a big touchdown for Bradley. And they've officially gone up 34-3. And you know, Shelton, you said it, I mean, it took about a half.
Yeah.
But then they really turned it on.
Well, you could tell right there at the end of that second quarter that they really started to kind of just pressure, and it was basically over.
Extra point. is up and good. Bradley goes up 35-3. Let's take a, there it is again, Shelton.
Yeah, Lewis get to the corner there. I think that Coach Floyd was saying, hey, the senior, we're going to give him a chance. They gave him the ball 4 or 5 times there and was able to get him in for the 11-yard score. So it's a big night for Bradley Central and a big night for these seniors.
All right, let's take a quick timeout. 30-second break after the score. MixTV.tv. Back in a moment.
For more than 50 years, Cleveland Plywood Company has been serving our community. They're dedicating to providing quality products with professional service to all of Cleveland and our surrounding area. They offer easy pickup or delivery on everything in stock. Cleveland Plywood carries every element of the building process, including windows, doors, truss, flooring materials, shingles, and of course, building lumber. Stop by and visit them. Cleveland Plywood, 2700 20th Street, Northeast in Cleveland, or call 472-3357.
All right, Bradley has scored and made it 35-3. But thank you so much for watching tonight. MixTV.tv. The rivalry games driven by Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland, and drugged down there is going to be for Cleveland High School, Cameron Wilson. Hey, speaking of Nissan, they're going to have a trunk or treat on October the 25th. That's a Saturday, 4 till 6 o'clock. Tons of candy, free food, and big savings on Nissan. That at Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Full details, cleveland-nissan.com. And also, they are taking nominations, kind of like Stan Gibson. You know Stan, the pastor at Candies Creek?
Absolutely.
So Stan won a new Nissan a couple of years ago from Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland. Actually, it was last year. No, it's 2 years ago. You can nominate somebody who drives it forward, and somebody nominated Stan. He won a new Nissan. So do that at cleveland-nissan.com.
Oh,
my goodness, what an interception.
Through the hands. I mean, yeah, I've never seen an interception to an interception, because he went right through the hands of J.J. Johnson there. If you look past to the bottom of your screen here, it goes through not J.J. Johnson's hand, Jaden Gray, and then all of a sudden Jeremiah Brownlow just, right to him, and boom, down to the 10-yard line. And it, 16-yard line, puts Bradley right back in business. And I think you'll probably start seeing a few
we got the running
clock, but you'll see a few subs start maybe rolling in after this possession.
Yeah. They do send they do send Carroll out at quarterback. He's had quite a night. So Bradley will be at Soddy Daisy next week. And takes it down to the 11-yard line.
Tackled by number 53, Cage McDowell. It'll bring up 2nd down and 4.
2nd and 4.
For the Bears. In a quarterback, number 1.
Clock moves under 7 minutes. And speaking of moving, a lot of people are moving out of the stadium here. And they'll take it down to about the 7.
By number 33.
UT off tomorrow. We'll have Georgia, Kentucky on ESPN Cleveland, 101.3.
I would hate to be Kentucky tomorrow.
Oh,
boy.
Doctor.
After the
Where is that game?
At Georgia.
At Athens.
After the Alabama win last Saturday in Athens.
They're going to fold their program. Another touchdown for Bradley. This time it is Wiley Suskowitz. And the Bears are rolling tonight. They go up 41-3, and you start looking at all of the. There's Sandra Welsh is here. How you doing? Big night for ATS. Great night. I wish they could hear you, but guess what? They don't.
With your score, 6 minutes and 17 seconds left to go in the ball game.
See there, that Suskowitz in a nice little run off the left side of the offensive line for the score. So Bradley Central 42, Cleveland 3. Back in 1 minute.
Around now.
Welcome to Mountain View Nissan Country, where automotive excellence is our top priority. At Mountain View Nissan, we take pride in offering you the finest selection of vehicles, perfectly suited for your adventurous spirit. From powerful SUVs ready to conquer any terrain to your everyday gas-friendly commuters, we have the perfect vehicle to match your lifestyle. This is Mountain View Nissan Country, where automotive dreams become reality. Visit one of our 3 locations in Dalton, Chattanooga, and Cleveland today, and let us take your driving experience to new peaks.
Cleveland Tire is ready to help your auto any way it can. We're one of the largest providers of Bridgestone and Firestone tire dealers in the area. We sell all major brand tires. We have ASE certified mechanics on staff 6 days a week. We also have a commercial truck tire center that provides 24-hour roadside service and minor mechanical repairs on site. We have built our reputation on years of quality, affordable work, and tires. We pride ourselves in customer satisfaction and great service. Cleveland Tire Center.
Hello, Andy Thompson looking in tonight. Wilson on the return, gets it up to the 29. Hey, Andy, bunch of your grandchildren are here. I'm seeing them right now. One of them, Drew Thompson, is going to play for a state tournament in golf on Monday. Hey, Fruit, can you see the concession stand behind me? These men and women who are working hard. There they are, Shelton. These folks have worked hard tonight. They have been hustling hot dogs and everything.
It has been relentless in there. I'll tell you, the lines, I mean, they literally just in the end of the third quarter just stopped. But it has been one after another.
You know, it used to be, and I don't know if it still is, the band boosters did the concessions. But these folks here, can you point the camera up at all? Because above them is Gary and RC Talent, excuse me. Can't see RC there. His face behind that window, but those are our guys up there. So that's Gary Omby on the left. There's RC Cola. Here's Joe Cannon from the banner. And the guy talking in the mic is our buddy Mark Freeman. You know, he's assistant coach to Reuter and state champions. Does a really good job on PA here.
Keith Freeman.
It's been a long day. Well, his friends call him Mark.
Absolutely. And the Funky Bunch.
There you
go.
All
right, here we go.
There you go. Pass incomplete. But the clock will continue. There's Gideon Radcliffe. There he is. He's kind of like Bigfoot. You never see him out in the wild, but there he is. That's where we used to be up there. Remember those days? Up on the concession stand?
I do, and we couldn't see what's going on currently if we were up there.
Well, we used to be better back then, too. I don't know. Now, Patrick Spangler, the principal, has us in the middle of the entire crowd, but it's fine.
Unsportsmanlike.
Penalty against Bradley here, unsportsmanlike.
15-yard
but they lead by 39. Coming up after the game, it's our Leisure Time Bowling postgame show. Leisure Time Bowling.
Attention, please. We have a special announcement. Cheeseburgers are now on sale for $2.
Leisure Time Bowling postgame is coming up. There's a pass over the middle and interference coming up.
That's a tough one because your feet get tangled there. You're running, side each other, and that's just a terrible, terrible way to get a PI there on that pulp throw.
Britton Jones, penalty on the play. Pass interference on the Bears. 15-yard penalty.
Mayfield star of the game, the George Gray good hands catch of the game. All will be awarded after the game, which is coming soon. Also, we'll get an update on the Walker Valley East Hamilton game.
And with a running clock, you might be able to flip over and listen. Flip over and grab the app. Go listen wherever you are to the Walker Valley. Yeah, watch it. Excuse me. Yes, and watch it.
Or both. Yeah.
Watch it there on mixedtv.tv. Finish up watching that one because this one should beat them with the running clock.
Yeah, and I want to thank East Hamilton High School. They kind enough to we're linking with their video department and providing that coverage. We appreciate that. Here's McGowan, flag on this play. Toward the end zone. Pass complete. Touch. Oh, he got to the 1. But we got the flag. You're right.
Holding
the flag.
It'll be holding Cleveland.
Yep. Going to bring it back.
Good throw. Good throw.
It was.
I mean, threw it 40 yards and scrambled, running for his life here. Got down there and threw it 45 yards. Actually threw it 45 yards, Steve, on on the run, which is a very difficult thing to do.
From this previous spot. So it'll bring up second down and
clock moves, though, even during the penalty, so we're getting under 1 minute here. Appreciate you watching, and East Hamilton, Walker Valley, and again, yeah, hey, Shelton, she wants you. Kathy, pass is complete, and they're going to, of course, roll that clock. Maybe it, actually, because there's 40 on the play clock, but you see the time. Bradley all over Cleveland. This one is maybe historic. Shelton, I was going to say this one is maybe historic as far as the point separation here in a Bradley Cleveland game.
Yeah, there's been a few in the past. It's rivaled this one, but yeah, it's been really, like I said, it's hard to believe.
It's definitely not the most. Pass is going to be incomplete.
Well, it's kind of hard to believe. It's hard to believe this. Bradley scored 42 and unanswered.
That's right. That's a good point. All right, that's it. Bradley all over Cleveland. 42-3 is the final. We'll take a 30-second break, and then we'll bring you the Leisure Time Bowling postgame show. Brought to you by Leisure Time Bowling, which is open late tonight. You could still go and enjoy Leisure Time Bowling. We're back in 30 seconds.
Attention, business owners and managers. Bring your team for team building to Leisure Time Bowling. Leisure Time Bowling offers your company or organization the chance to have fun together with bowling, great food, and a private meeting space. Research shows that team building leads to greater business success. Call Leisure Time Bowling to make your reservation at 728-2988. That's 728-2988 or ltbowling.com.
You're watching the Leisure Time Bowling postgame show on MixTV.tv. Take your crew to Leisure Time Bowling on Keith Street this weekend.
It's the Leisure Time Bowling postgame show, and now, Shelton, the Hardy's highlights. Let's send it over to you.
We need Damon Floyd and Riley Suskowitz.
So the early fumble by Bradley puts Cleveland in a great scoring position, although they're unable to do so. But Bradley will finally get on the board there with Carroll with a 7-yard run to put Bradley up 7-3 with 6:25 in the first. Then Carroll will take just a shot to Phelps, 16-yard touchdown pass, 14-3, and that'll be the halftime score. In the third quarter, it's Carroll. He looks, fires, McCooch, 19 yards. Give Bradley the 21-3 advantage with 6:58 in the third. Then it's Carroll with 1:40 left in the third. It's a 1-yard run. Give him the 28-3 advantage there. Bradley Central begins to dominate. Then it's Brady Carroll after 3 or 4 carries with 9:19 left in the game has a 11-yard touchdown run, 35-3 Bradley. And then you have an interception by Bradley Central that will set up the Wiley Suskowitz 7-yard touchdown run. Here, final score, 42-3, Bradley Central defeats Cleveland High School.
Definitely one of the biggest point separations of all time, and Now the students are getting on the field, as you see down there. They're joining in with the post-game prayer, and both sides. We have, of course, team meetings and that sort of thing happening here following the game. It's time now for the, let's do the Mayfield Dairy Star of the Game. It's brought to you by Mayfield Dairy in Athens.
The Mayfield Star of the Game for me is Braden Carroll. 2 touchdown runs, 2 touchdown throws. He did a great job stepping in, being the full-time quarterback for Cook this evening and led Bradley to a big rivalry win. So the Braden Carroll, Mayfield Star of the Game.
Hard to argue with that. And let's now do our good hands catch of the game with George Gray, Allstate Insurance.
I'm going to be honest here. We could have went 2 or 3 different ones, but I think this pass from Carroll, just a strike. And great catch there by Hubbard to give Bradley the advantage there. But huge night for Bradley Central. Or excuse me, that was Phelps, not Howard. Hubbard, Phelps on that catch. So Phelps with the good hands catch of the game. Carroll is the Mayfield Star of the game. And Bradley Central is victorious in the game tonight.
All right, so a reminder, next week it is the rivalry game to the south, a little bit of us. It's Ottawa at East Hamilton. As that'll be our next MixedTV.tv game next Friday night. It's again Ottawa at East Hamilton, and it'll be right here on MixedTV.tv. That kickoff 7 o'clock. It's going to be done. That game will be on play-by-play. Will be Andy Morris and Jim Gum, and I'm told that we're on that camera. I don't know. Now here we are again.
Yes.
Well, what do you think, Shelton, out here in the middle of God's creation?
Well, it feels much like football season. The weather's pretty.
All the people.
Oh, it's just incredible. I mean, this was a great night. Bradley Central, their fan base is just really shown out tonight. They've come in droves, and just a great night of football. A great win for Bradley Central, gets them back on track after last week losing 10-7 to Oak Ridge, and so I think this really sets them up for that playoff push. Cleveland again. Now Cleveland season begins. I believe that since the beginning of the season, the last 3 games is where you can judge this team, judge this coaching staff, and see where they are compared to where they took them over.
So you guys, you see this railing here behind us.
Yes.
Do you know how many times my leg has been punched tonight? Now, I will tell you, I'm making a list and checking it twice.
Keeping receipts, as Dion says.
Keeping receipts.
Yeah.
So see these slats here? People are coming out and they're just punching me in the leg all night. So thanks, Patrick Spangler, for putting us here. I appreciate it. Actually, it's a great view. It was really good. Hey, Fruit Loops, anything you guys want to say there from the production trailer before we go?
Good night.
Okay.
I'm ready for vacation. Bye.
Yeah, he's out the house. Hey, thanks to our crew tonight. No kidding. Shelton, it'll be a while. You and I are back together on this, but we'll do it soon.
Oh yeah, we'll be back in a few weeks, and we'll be playoff time hopefully for a couple of our teams around here. So McMahon could make it, Ray could make it, Walker Valley could make it, East Ham could make it, Bradley could make it. So there's a lot of our teams should be in that postseason.
Hardy's Friday Night Blitz coming up. Stand by. For all of us at MixedTV.tv, on behalf of Mountain View Nissan of Cleveland and all of our sponsors, folks, make sure and thank the sponsors. They're the reason that you're seeing this coverage, folks. Thank you very much to all of them. For all of us, good night, everybody.